3 times better. Triple this furniture on 6 appearance. A bit car paint. It's the sweetest thing. 50 such class superiors. And the car said as it pulled ahead.
It's while Richfield Boron died.
Well, welcome back. It's a beautiful Thursday night, and it is actually beautiful. I have the fan on. It's so warm outside. It's Thursday, February 27th. So, nothing to see here. Paulo asks, still waiting for the postman? Waiting for Godot? No, there was a postman that was supposed to show up a couple days ago, but the mail postal services do not work very well. So, I don't know. Maybe it's in Hooterville right now. I just saw it. It arrived in Hooterville this morning at 5:47 a.m. So maybe the package will be here tomorrow, probably Saturday morning. We'll hope. But Kevin at Gotham City Comics got some packages in today. So maybe he'll pop on here in a second. We'll see what's showing up down in Mesa, Arizona at Gotham City Comics. Almost went on last night. Decided, I talked to Kevin. He said, "Well, I didn't get anything new." I said, "I didn't either. What's the point of?" Last Frontier is here. I got to order a couple of comics from him, a Detective Comics and a Captain America comic. So I gotta figure out how to do that. I guess I get paid tomorrow, so I could maybe do that. Oh man. So, 2 people watching. Fantastic. That's excellent. I was going to have a long lecture tonight, but I decided all my viewers are in the 50 to 60 range. There's a few people over 65, and there's nobody, I think, under 45 at all watching, according to the stats. And I did have like an amazing 9% women watching. Now it's down to 0.8%. So I guess that's a woman missing a couple of arms or a leg makes them 0.8%. I don't know. They're 80% of a person. But I was thinking about this. If you're already my age and you buy old comics, that makes sense because you're nostalgic. But if you're younger, this is a hobby you don't want to get into. I wanted to have that lecture. Then I thought, why give the lecture if no one's ever going to hear it? But seriously, I don't see any reason why, if you're in your 20s or 30s, for you to come on YouTube and listen to people tell you what comics you should buy. I'll tell you, you shouldn't buy any comics. They're not meant for you. You might see movies with superheroes and think you'd like those comics. No, you wouldn't like them because to get really good comics about those characters you see in the movies or whatever, you'd have to get comics that are 50, 60 years old when they were still good. And that's going to be ridiculous. Trust me, you'll have a horrible life. Uh, it will. I'm just warning you. You know, Donald Trump learned from his uncle to never drink. I'm warning you that comic books are something you don't want to get into, especially not want to. Don't be one of these people hunting for key issues and get them in slabs. It's for older people. If you want to read the old stories, I guess get them in trades or something and read them. Don't. And if you're my age, don't be watching these shows and say, gosh, I never collected those comics when I was a kid. I need to go out and get a full run of those because they look cool because that idiot Gratu's showing them. I want to get, I'm now really, I think I should go out and buy Plop or Bob Hope or. Don't listen to people on the internet. If you didn't like it when you were second, third grade, well, why do you like it now? Just to be cool, like the idiots on the YouTube? Just, yeah, just don't be a comic collector. It's the worst thing. Build a model train layout that your whole family can enjoy and think is cool, and you can have the trains running around up near the ceiling through all the rooms, and everyone will think you're amazing, and they'll be a normal person. I always recommend that. Right now, I'm just telling you, this is a god awful hobby to get into. Horrible. It's sure. It's my wife is watching. What are you talking about? Whoever being cool by reading comics. Want to be cool? Get a Nirvana T-shirt. No, that wouldn't work either. No, I'm just saying, if you're young, don't get into comics because you can't afford it. The good stuff is too expensive. You don't want to get in, and the new stuff's too expensive too. Just don't get into this hobby. And and old people, cherish your comics when you're a kid. I like to watch people. I wish everyone on YouTube just showed their comics from their childhood. I want to see what you bought in second, third grade. I don't want to see what you just picked up on mycomicshop.com last week because because you know because you saw someone else have that and you thought, well, I want to get into that now too. It is completely uh, yeah. It's just not that I say cool. It's nothing to do with that. It's just a waste of your time. It really is. And I don't really know what to tell you to do. Um, I possibly get into some hobby where you can, get into sculpture or painting or I don't know what to tell you. Um, you can come on and discuss this with me, one of you 10 people out there. I just, I really am just sick and tired of watching people like Comic Tom and all these influencers and all this. And I just, I love the comics when I was a kid. I loved buying new comics from that time period. Um, I just think you're gonna have a hellish life, and you're never you're gonna. It's like it, yeah. What you would don't listen to me. You'll see what happens to you. Gratu is like the bully on the beach kicking sand in all our faces. Oh, that's not true, John. That's not true. I'm just saying, you know, it's it's pretty low and horrible. I mean, the only things worse are being into Dungeons and Dragons or Doctor Who. That's about the lowest you can get, isn't it? I don't know. I guess Beanie Babies, Funko Pops. I don't know. But once you've reached this, there's only a little bit further down you can go in degradation. You might as well just give up. Give up, Liz Joel. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you. Uh, Pogs, that's the lowest of the low. Yes, Pogs. There's always Pokemon. That's pretty low. Well, Pokemon's meant for third graders, but what are people saying here? Library 88. I'm going on a comic buying hiatus for 6 months starting yesterday. Also, I've cut out watching a lot of comic YouTube. Indeed, I think art, sculpture, and painting is a better ultimate goal. I don't know. It's just I don't know what to tell you. I love comic books. I love old comic books. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think young people should get into comics. You won't enjoy them. Young people probably won't even enjoy the old. It's and you'll never be able to buy them all. And if you do buy them all, it's because you only collect comic books and you don't have other interests. And you're that's yeah, buy some comics, but make it balanced. Make your life balanced. Yeah, man. So whatever. Who cares? Uh I'm a half an hour late, I think, tonight. Kevin's probably busy. It's well, he was busy when I talked to him earlier. He's got a bunch of stuff in. Oh, what are these people saying? I just want to soak up and enjoy what I have. Yes, that's the ticket. I love my collection and love finding things in odd places for cheap. Comic Fate, as Easy Comic Reader calls it. Comic Fate, yeah. Easy Comic Reader, I think he used to watch my show. I'm not sure. It seems like I used to see that name on my chat, but I think he doesn't watch anymore. He's really cool. He's got really good taste. He's out of Texas. It's almost kind of like Wolfman Jack or something when you hear him talk. He kind of has this beatnik kind of way of talking. Oh, I didn't even see that red dot because I'm half blind. Oh, it's Last Frontier. Hey, Last Frontier, what's up? I can't hear anything. Last Frontier, do you have your sound on? Oh, there you are. I hear you now.
All right, I'm at work, so but I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay. All right.
But everything you say is true.
Well, I mean, it's like I've been thinking about this. I did a whole little show about a week ago to enter into a contest, and then I thought about it afterwards, and I thought about why did this stop? Um, because Night Tiger talks about buying Golden Age comics, and and uh, uh, and it's like you can get them 30, 40, $50 a piece, and you think, well, that's really cheap for something that's 70, 80 years old. But then you realize, yeah, but you're going to get addicted and you're going to be buying several 60, $70 comics a week, and then you're going to wind up divorced. And you, I don't know, man. It's just just trying to warn people, because I have had people come on that watch my show, that go out and they see me show stuff and then they go out and buy tons of it, and it's like, well, I don't want to me it's like I don't want to be the guy at the AA meeting that's holding up bottles of booze and saying, "Look at this, isn't it cool?" to a bunch of people that don't need to see it. Uh, so I think it's better, really. And I've been talking about this with Meyer Greenblatt. It's better just to show the books that you owned when you were a kid that you have a connection with. You can tell the story about it. Uh, Captain Strangelove went on some guy's show last weekend, and I think, or somewhere he was on, and he had this. I think it was the first Green Goblin Spider-Man comic from, I don't know, issue 14 or something. And he said he has a fold in it. And because he remembers that there was some girls that he liked or a girl he liked walking down the street. And then he was sitting on the steps and he folded it over real quick so she wouldn't see he was reading a comic. And that's why it has a crease in it. It looked in almost perfect condition other than that. And so he's got that story from his childhood. But if you just come on some show and show a comic book that you just got from mycomicshop.com 3 days ago, you have no connection with that. That's not your childhood. It's a cool comic, but it's just something you get and you throw in a box. I don't know. I'm just in a bad mood. I'll be honest with you. All of you, I'm in a bad mood. So it's probably not wise that I went live, but I just thought I should warn people. I don't want to encourage you to go out and buy things when you can't afford it. Things I think are going to get better soon economically, but they may get worse before they get better uh, because the other countries are going to try to strike back. But then ultimately, well, I wish Kevin would come on here because I've got some. He's got some opinions on all this. John says, "You see the new robots mutants? Well, it's a weak moldy at this point, but yes, I did see it. Diversify your vices," he says. Yes, that's true. See what happens when you look at girls. Library 8. Love that Green Goblin story from Captain Strangelove. Hadn't heard that. Love it. I always love when people tell their personal story in connection with their books. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was better not say things when I'm in a bad mood, but I thought Captain Strangelove wasn't treated very nicely on the show he was on last weekend, and afterwards, it was starting to make me angry watching the show. I was actually getting really mad. It's like, boy, this guy's not treating him well, you know. But I don't know. I guess it's all in my imagination. Uh, but anyway, I entered into this contest. Uh, I don't know. It's a stack of comics that Night Tiger's getting rid of, and he's celebrating his, I don't remember, 2,900, 2,300 subscribers, 3,000, I forget what. And there's only 3 people that entered the contest: me, Spinnerack Studios, and this girl from Israel. I don't think I ever seen her before. Yes, I have to. Take that back. I think her name is Matilda. 3 people have entered the contest so far. So, and I thought the contest was going to end this weekend, but apparently it goes through the end of March. So I don't know. It's pretty good odds when you only have 3 people in the contest, but what can I say? So did you say those 2 books were $5 each? You're still at work, so you can't really have your microphone on, I think. God damn it.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. Yes.
What it is that my phone, when I move around, I hit the phone and it's like I go off screen.
Oh, okay.
So if that happens, that just means, like I was saying before, I think it was missed. I think the worst thing I ever did was become a dealer.
Comic book dealer. Let's clarify that.
Yeah, because
In
yeah,
case the
true.
FBI is listening.
But because it kind of kills you, you're collecting because you got to make money. So
I
what
don't think
ends up
yeah.
happening, you end up selling your collection.
Yeah, this
You
guy that
know?
ran this comic store, I remember he sold. Oh, I sold all my collection. You know, he said I only have one thing left for my whole. And it's like I think it was Amazing Fantasy 15 was the only thing he kept. But yeah, he sold everything. I don't think I could be a comic book store owner or dealer because I would fall in love with everything. But no, I guess I would nowadays because there's so much shit. But in the old days, I was saying this the other night, a long time ago, you know, in the 1970s, someone could have said, I've got some old comics I'd like to sell you. You knew that every comic was going to be interesting. But now someone says, I've got some old comics. It's almost certain that none of the comics are going to be interesting because so many shitty comics come out in the 80s, 90s, and up till today. But back then, if it was 1975, before 1975, there really weren't shitty comics, except maybe for Treasure Chest, but they had some good artists, I think. And the worst thing it would be is if they brought in a bunch of Classics Illustrated. I mean, what? There's just every comic was interesting in some way. Okay, okay. What's up, you comic book junkies? There's Night Tiger. That's like the old Monty Python. And then he says, all modern comics are just trash. You're right. Well,
Oh, he's
there's some
right.
good ones. There are a few good ones. Those, what are they called? Ghost Machine ones. A couple of people trying to come on. If you become a seller, you wind up becoming more interested in selling whatever's popular, not in what you're interested in. Well, not
That's
interested, concerned. Okay, but anything Silver Age that came in, I wouldn't want to sell it. Okay, let's see who's here. It's Gotham City. Okay. All right, look at that. And I see Paulo there somewhere. Let me get him in too. Wait, where? How do I get him? Oh, there we go. Paulo, at the stage.
Hey, here I
Okay.
am.
Hey there. Oh my goodness. Look at. Oh man, that's a pretty good ape there. Oh, that's a great mask. Seriously, that's a great. Let me get this figured out here. Okay, much better. Okay, man. When did that come in? I haven't seen that one.
these two just walked in.
Oh, someone. Oh, that's why you weren't coming on right away. You were making a mask deal.
Look at I got all these comics too.
Oh no, shit. Oh fuck. God damn. Well, they're new. Well, they're kind of new. They're 90s. Looks like.
Look, crypto.
So someone came in and just sold you all this.
Look, it's the first appearance of the orange kryptonite. You know what the orange kryptonite does? It gives animals powers.
Okay.
Uh huh. Look,
Okay.
and
So
for
someone
the
just
one
came in. What? Oh, you got. Okay. Where's
for the
dog?
once a, for the once a year that someone comes in and asks for this.
Well, it looks cool. What is the time period this is from, Paulo?
That should be from if it late 80s, early 90s.
I'm gonna guess 1992. Nope, 2010. I was way off.
2010, the English edition.
Okay. See, they're very politically correct.
That's one of the pirates.
Okay. Excuse me. Vomited a little. Okay. So, what is that? Life and
Ooh,
Times of Scrooge McDuck?
yeah.
Oh, look at that
Good
shit.
reading. I'm gonna take this home and read it.
Okay,
That's
if
the
you're gonna
best.
sell it after you read it, I very well could be interested in that. That looks good. What
Yeah,
else you got?
I have the Portuguese edition of that.
Oh, yeah, that looks damn good. You're probably gonna wind up keeping it, but if you sell it, I'm your guy on that.
There's a lot of Scrooge, Felix, Mickey Mouse.
Okay, well, there's very possibly some great stuff in there. This is all okay. There's nothing
Yeah.
old in there. Oh, yes, there is a few gold key.
I thought this was
So,
real, but it's not. So True Believers.
uh, hmm. Wait, let's see the Beale Bailey for a second.
They're like every book is like brand new. None of
Yeah,
it was bag and boarded, but it's all new.
yeah, that's they don't want you to realize that comics can be
Oh,
kept
right, right.
without bags and boards and look perfectly fine.
It was in
They
a
don't
shitty
want you to know
cardboard
that.
box. The cardboard box was shitty, but the comics inside were like untouched.
Isn't it amazing how that happens?
Yeah,
It, uh, but it really can happen because that's why every golden age comic
it's brand
that's
new.
in existence spent decades without bags and boards. They hadn't been invented till the late '60s, early '70s. Yeah, these are great additions. Yeah, really, if you had powers as an animal, what would you do? Just eat and reproduce more? I
Yeah.
see some Whitmans, says Library 88. Today
Give
is
me
National
50
Pokemon
50.
Day, John Goris. Yeah, the Whitmans were all, the Overstreet guides said, these are all reprints. They are worthless. And people just threw a bunch of them away. And then later, oh no, they're actually first printings after they'd all been thrown in dumpsters. B-Sides is here. Hey, friends. Hey, cool. Man, amazing. This is all good. If there are any covers with the witch duck,
I saw one.
Magic. Oh, did you Magica Dispel? If you
There
see
she is, right
her,
there.
pull them for me. Yeah, that's her. Damn. These editions, whenever these were coming out, really do. They're really nice looking comics.
Oh, look at this one. It's even it's thicker, like one of those square bounds.
Yeah, yeah,
It reminds me of one of those old covers too.
yeah. Painted. It's beautiful. Damn, man. So this guy just brought this stuff in. Is that a? Oh, it's one of those bright comics. What do they call it? Ultra bright, Dyna bright. Yeah, they print them on with really bright colored ink. That was the thing they were trying to market there for a little while. They'd sell them in near where the coloring books were in stores that don't normally have comics.
A few of
Yeah.
those Uncle Scrooge adventures from Gladstone are 64 pages. That's why they're thicker.
Okay. But all these people are talking, and I guess I should pay attention to them. Just checking to see if your box arrived. Another will be coming later with fun stuff. Oh boy, I didn't know it was coming. Let's make you a day. You pick the day. What is she talking about? Oh, John Goris says I need a national day. She said today is National Pokemon Day. John Goris. I don't know if I'm missing comics because I'm reading these comments. Uh, Not yet. Besides, looking forward to it. Okay, cool. So we'll do an amazing show when it shows up. It'd be cool if it showed up Saturday because then I'll do a big unboxing on Saturday. Do a stream.
There's a free comic book down.
Yeah. So this guy, the same guy that had the masks that you just bought, had these
No,
comics.
no, different guy.
Oh, different. Having all those masks, I guess it'll bring in people trying to buy eggs that have old masks.
I'll
Today
trade
is
my
also Polar Bear Day. I guess my
I'll,
wife's on her lunch break. She's okay.
I'll trade my original Amazing Fantasy number 15 for a dozen eggs.
Yeah. I like these people that say Donald Trump is a failure because the price of eggs has gone up since he was elected. Yeah, could it possibly be that you killed millions of chickens right before Trump came in that could have caused that, but
Hmm.
it's just oh my gosh, yeah, it's when it rains, it pours. I love Uncle Scrooge. That's the best stuff. Oh, it's just so gorgeous, man. Oh, that's 270s looking. Yuck.
Why does gloves green?
Because it's the 70s and it's horrible. I don't know what's wrong with them.
Look, there's some golden eggs.
Yeah. My wife says, I really want some polar bear slippers and a taxidermy polar bear like the Adams family. My wife says, Epstein files phase one in the hands of a few journalists. I hear that everyone's disappointed with them. John Gore is not to pry on Kev, but what would you do if you weren't doing this shop? People ever asked you that question? Ooh, magic of
Yeah.
dispel. She's not wearing the right outfit though.
I tell people I'd probably be out digging ditches.
And what would you be burying in those ditches? Just kidding.
That's all I'm qualified for.
Oh, that's not true. He'd be Leatherface. That's a good question, John. Probably running a restaurant, methinks. Oh, maybe you would be running a restaurant.
I'd be a custodian in a high school.
Yeah. Are the kids? Do they keep things pretty nice, or are they just heathens?
Um, some days are heathens and others are nice. Today they were heathens.
What's the coolest stuff you found in lockers at the end of the year when you're cleaning them out?
Well, they stopped the lockers. They don't use lockers anymore since COVID.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they don't use them at all.
They took
Okay.
our lockers away in about '97, I think,
Wow. I didn't
at our
realize that.
school because kids were stashing their paraphernalia, and drugs inside there.
Oh man, what's going on? What's happened to this world? Well,
This one has a free map inside. On a
kid,
chance to win original comic strip art.
man, what's blowing up? That looks like an interesting comic. It looks like Strange Adventures or something. What the hell? Oh wow, it's little moon Indians, or should I say moon Native Americans? You're not pulling things yet, are you?
No,
That if you're not if keeping it for yourself, that one
I
with the
might see.
moon,
I might see if this is like a full run or something.
it could be. I mean, but it's not the right run. It's not the 1940s and 50s, but it's a really beautiful looking reprint of it.
I mean, these comics are better than anything on the shelf this week.
Yeah. And speaking of, you just got what Diamond, and what else?
That's all I got was diamond shipment today.
Yeah, man. Where was I at when they were reprinting all these in the 90s? Why? Maybe they weren't selling in my local comic store. I don't know why I wasn't picking this
Oh,
up
look at
every
it. It has
month.
my. This is out here. This is right here.
Oh, wow.
That's where I'm
Damn.
from.
I should have been buying all these. I can't account for why I wasn't.
So this is 80. Is it 86 or 87 or
86.
80? Because
57 is
86
the
there,
original.
it says 87 up here.
Yeah, March 80. Yeah, they probably posted they forgot to change it because if it's got an 87 cover, it needed to have the 87, but it doesn't matter.
What's the original price on the cover?
75 cents for an 87, and then look at it jumps to 95 cents in. Well, that one says 87 as well.
That's
Hmm.
probably one of the thicker ones.
No, same.
Oh. But
So this is
I bet the comic shops did only ordered them didn't only order them specifically for customers who wanted them. They probably wouldn't have them on the rack because they weren't superheroes.
Yeah. Well, Lone Star Comics, that is morphed into mycomicshop.com, would always have kitty comics in the front because. Oh, wait, what company put Beetle Bailey out there?
Harvey
Was that
probably.
Harvey? Interesting. Those might have some value because those Harvey, when Harvey got a hold of things like Felix, I think those have a little bit of value. I could be completely wrong.
No, they're like $2 or $3. There was something interesting in this though. I was looking at because you know how Todd McFarlane hides these Felixes in his artwork.
Yep.
I didn't
You
know
guys,
that.
you didn't know that? He
No.
did it because there was a kid that was going to commit suicide, and I guess Todd McFarlane helped him through his depression with his art. And Todd asked him what his favorite character was, and he said Felix. So he told the kid, "I'm going to put Felix in all my art, or
Okay.
hide it. He's going to hide a Felix in each one of his comics
On the cover or just in the comic somewhere?
in the comic, so you can find Felixes in the comic."
In Spawn comics, you can find that.
Spider-Man, I know for sure. I don't know
Oh,
if
Hulk,
it's,
okay. During that time.
Hulk
and
too.
then, but then this one on the back page it says, "Lives the Cat" by McFarlane. A special cover coming soon.
Huh. Oh, okay.
This
Okay.
one, I like the font on this one, and this next one too with the ghost.
Taki 616, where are you from? Meyer Greenblatt says, yo. I'm a little defensive when a new person shows up.
An Infinity cover. Look,
Yeah. Racine, Wisconsin. Okay. Did it keep the kid from, yeah, maybe.
yeah,
Yeah. He- yeah. Okay, there's a good cover. Yeah, I like that character. She was added into the comic around 1952, which is when Vampira was on local ABC affiliate in Los Angeles. So I would say there's a I can't prove it, but I would say that there's a very good chance that Magica De Spell was based on Vampira, but
they have a.
Vampira was based on Charles Adams' character, which was not called Morticia yet, and
The pull-out map.
those characters didn't have names until the 1964 TV series. They were just the family. They were just the family created by Charles Adams.
Here's a 64-page one. Those are
Okay.
295 at that
Yeah.
time.
Well, it's just man. Yeah, Disney was great back then, but now Disney's destroyed their name so much. But you look at this and it reminds you how beautiful it used to be. But yeah, now I just hear the name Disney and I want to vomit.
Oh, this
Oh
one's great.
no, that is great. That is great. I think I've heard of that issue. Yeah.
You want to read some good Disney stories, you have to learn Italian.
You mean they were made exclusively for Italy?
They're available everywhere on the planet except North America.
Were they
Every
originally American stories?
No, they're originally Italian stories, but they're available
Oh,
everywhere except North America. Everyone in the whole world can buy Disney Italian Disney comics in their own language, except Americans.
that's great looking there. Really? So, is the art this good?
Better.
Is it?
Although you probably won't like the '90s, the style that they adopted in the '90s. It's
Uh,
way it's way
remember,
closer
I had the
to a,
original one of this.
the new style is
Uh,
way close
which one?
to a cartoon, to an animated show.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know why they're not allowed here, except
Be,
no
they
one
got
reads comics here, man.
Yeah, they have to be sold in newsstands because nobody would care about them in also they're not published in 32-page magazines. They're published in 200-page magazines.
Yeah, and Disney was about 30 years ago trying to sue schools for showing Disney movies in classrooms. I remember that, so I don't think they care as much now. Paul, let's see, Robert, is it Paulo? Should I just Google Italian Disney books? Are the UK versions in English?
On and off.
Oh,
I'm not sure. See if Panini UK has them, because Panini, the Italian Disney studios, are now owned by Panini.
but shouldn't you wait until you have all of these before you go seeking other countries out? And you're never going to have all these, so why even go down that rabbit hole, as everyone likes to say that stupid expression? I don't know. I mean, yeah, feel free to do it. I'm just kind of warning you that you just make sure you have enough to eat. Uh, Goofy Adventure. Yeah, that Mad cover was pretty good.
That mat cover's going on the wall.
Oh yeah, you're not selling that one. Yeah. True. Plus, I'm on comic hiatus for 6 months, anyways. I remember about when we first got Drew the dog. She was a puppy, and I watched. It's embarrassing, but I watched the show Big Brother, right? And they had this dwarf on the show as one of the cast members, and he was from South America somewhere, and he said something about going on yatus, and the
I got
guy,
two. I got doubles.
ooh, cool.
Not
Except
bad.
it's a shitty comic. I mean, I don't know that it's shitty, but it's not Uncle Scrooge. Uh,
Oh, Goofy's got some
anyway, he was
interesting
trying to
stories.
say hiatus,
Look at that
and he
cover. It's
said,
great.
"Oh yeah, oh cool," but he said yatus, and so we, for some reason, we started, and it
This
became a
one.
joke on the show. We started calling Drew Yatus. I forgot about that. That was her nickname when she was a puppy, Yatus. Okay. Oh, what is that supposed to
Oh,
be?
look
The
at this
Submariner
Frankenstein here.
cover, maybe?
Look, Frankenstein.
Look at that. How about that shit?
First issue, collectors.
Yeah.
In the '80s, most of the Beetle Bailey stories that were published in Brazil were also made in Brazil.
Oh.
There were no new Harvey stories, so they just made their own.
Oh, look at that. Pretty nice.
Spring, summer. The wraparound covers too on them.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody.
Put that one.
So, Library 88, how did you decide on 6 months? I know some people, the first few months of the year, they don't buy anything. I know that, man, After Comics goes for a several month uh,
Well, you can get
break.
comics cheap right now. Once convention season happens, then they go up in price.
Yeah.
I'd be buying them right now.
Well, of course, you own a comic shop, so of course you're going to get that advice.
I
But
never stop. I never stop buying them.
yeah, yeah, these are these. Oh, look at that cover. That's really nice. Yeah, I don't. I guess I wasn't aware these were coming out back then. Some of these are very nice. Well, most of these are very nice looking.
This one has a free poster or something. It's a giant size issue. Let's take a look at the poster. Oh, that's great. Look at that.
Ooh, yeah, that looks like a Karl Barks painting. Meyer
That
likes all of
flag's,
these too. They're
that
great.
flag's a little weird.
Yeah, I thought it was a swastika at first. Fun reads, yeah, definitely. Wow. I wish this was these reprints were being. I have that one. That's I think. Um, wish these were coming out when I was a kid. These reprints of the stuff from the 50s and 40s instead of coming out when I it was late 80s. I guess it was in my late 20s.
Look at that cover.
That's nice. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's beautiful. What do you think these are? Have you looked up any of these? What are these?
No, I just gave the guy what he wanted. I didn't look him up.
Oh, there's an older one.
30 cents.
Yeah, except the covers have nothing to do with the real comic inside. Library, it says, I have a work deadline in 6 months and need to focus, avoid distraction, figure out that's about the max I can go without buying comics. So it seems like an ideal amount of time.
There's
Well,
a
yeah,
rain cover.
yeah, yeah. Well, you let Strange Life know. I don't know if he
Okay.
watches the show or not.
Library 88, are you writing a PhD or something?
He's really Elon Musk.
Look at that balloon.
Oh man, John Goris is Meyer's a real YouTube influencer now. Look at that. He's people buying shoes he recommends. Yeah, buy shoes before you buy comic books, ladies and gentlemen. That's good advice to you. I need to
It
follow it.
must be a mountain of comics.
That's
This
a
looks like
little
a
too
bat.
Beauty and the Beast looking, but that other one is
I love this one.
fantastic.
It
That's
reminds
rich.
me of. I think I had this mask because it reminds me of something.
You know, it looks like the only happy ape in Planet of the Apes. All of the apes are angry at something, but not that one.
So originally he had you could
Ooh,
turn it on and light up the eyes,
ooh,
but it doesn't have the little box to light them up.
my gosh.
Get that one today. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you just got. Oh, yeah, you just got those. So, Last Frontier, those two comics, you said they were 5 each. If you're still on mic. Kevin was telling me earlier, the post office is doing weird things. They're like this package I was supposed to get a couple of days ago. It's still on account. It still hasn't gotten here, and he said that he got they're sending him extra charges in the middle of the night. The post office is. They're weighing all the packages a second time or something. He'll tell us when he comes back. I think they're trying to seem more efficient, like they're really doing their job because they're. Oh man, Kevin went away. I better put the link to come back on again where he can get to it easily. Post comment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
$2.95 each.
Oh, okay. So what would
They're
be
not
the
going
what would be the total charge on that?
in. $2.95. $10 for the shipping, just $10.
Okay. All right. I'll see what I can do. I think my wife paid you once before, so she'll figure it out how to do it. $10, and you already pulled the comics. You know what they're because I've forgotten what the
Yeah.
number is. Okay, so here's a new EC comic. What is going on here? What is it called? Blood Type. It's on what a vampire comic. Oh, free! Oh, this is your free comic book day stuff. You're not supposed to show that. That's against the law. It's against the legal law. Wow. How much trouble would you get if you
Yeah,
started
comic
distributing
books
free
or
comic
something.
book day books now?
Look at collector's item. It's the last previews.
Is it seriously?
Think so. I'm gonna get it slabbed.
How many do you have? How many copies do you have of it?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
Nobody uses them anymore,
Well,
especially that
that's
one, because the stuff inside that they're not gonna have.
so it's really no good because they're never going to be able to fulfill the things that are in it.
Yeah.
Would you feel comfortable telling them what you were saying earlier about how the post office gave you a charge in the middle of the night, or is that
Oh yeah,
not?
I heard you. I heard you telling them, but yeah, that's you said it right. I mean, they're
Well, it was
you're like you
because
said, they're
you weigh
double
the
checking.
packages yourself, and you don't go into the post office, right? And so they reweighed them, and then they
Yeah,
billed
so like
you.
I had a charge for 69 cents, $1.28, 83 cents, like five little charges that equaled up to $5.
So I think that's why my package got slowed down because it needed 69 cents more postage. So they're probably sitting on it till he pays
Yeah.
up.
Well, I
Can you
paid last
imagine?
night, so
So, Trump's talking about doing away with the post office because it doesn't make any money and never has, and making it private. And
well, how long do you think it took them to do all that extra work to get that extra $5?
I don't know. I just know that I was supposed to get that a couple of days ago, man.
I don't
Pisses
know
me
if
off.
that's the reason because I just know that St. Louis is a bad place right now.
Yeah, well, it probably always was in some ways, but uh,
The good thing about St. Louis this weekend is Trans World's going on right now, the haunted house trade show.
oh, I thought it was some other kind of trans world. Never mind. Okay, yeah, well, that's cool. It's a haunted house show.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
So they have like animatronic stuff for spook houses, kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So how much of free comic book day was sent to you today?
That was it.
Just that one EC. Well, what
Mhm.
else did you get from Diamond today?
I'll show you.
Oh, and you said you got like a whole bunch of all. To describe what you were saying about the variant covers. That
That's what I got.
well, explain what you explained to me on the phone so they understand.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll show you. Hold on.
Apparently, Diamond, since they're going out of business, they're trying to get rid of all their whole warehouse full with variant covers, so they're selling them super cheap. So he picked up a bunch and
Yeah, all the ratio covers, like one in tens,
ratio.
one in 25s.
I don't know this terminology.
Normally, you wouldn't be allowed to buy one of those unless you ordered 25 copies of a book before on your initial order. So, like Frankenstein #1, I ordered 10 copies, so I got the 1 in 10. But I
Uh-huh.
never. But now I just got the 1 in 25 and the 1 in 50, which I never would have been able to get originally unless I ordered that many copies.
So if they're that hard to get, they've got to have a lot of TNA on the cover.
No, well, they
No,
that's not what's special about them.
I just figured that's what the way they
I
sell
mean,
them.
it depends what title it is. This one does.
What is that, Betty and Veronica?
No, it's a world tree.
I don't even know what that is. That's Norse mythology. Oh
No,
God,
it's weird
who would
stuff.
want that? That's disgusting. Yeah, well, someone will buy it. There's a sucker born every minute. He's an ugly heroine.
Yeah.
That's a better cover. That's better there. I have to admit that artist is better. I'm a harsh critic.
Well, to be able to get ratios like that without ordering the books, they don't really do that ever.
Yeah.
Frankenstein. I think this was a 1 in 25.
So Diamond started what? Early 80s or was it late 70s? When did they really start?
You're probably right. Probably late 70s or early 80s. I don't know.
I mean, this is really a huge thing. I mean, the regular media doesn't. I don't think they talk about it, but this is a pretty big. Really, I guess it was COVID destroying half the comic stores in the United States that really was the beginning of the demise of Diamond. You think? Oh, that's nice. Is there a
Yeah.
color version of that too?
Yeah. You have the colored version.
Of that?
Yeah.
Are you sure I do?
Yeah.
Probably right.
Look.
Jesus. How do you know I have it? Are you sure?
Yeah, because that was the best cover.
But do I have it or is it still in the
Yeah.
box there?
Let me show you. Would
Oh,
you
you
have
mean
picked?
I have it in the I don't have it. It's in my hold box,
No,
right?
it's in your upstairs. Would you have picked this or would you have picked this? You would have picked
That.
this.
I would have picked that. But I still
Exactly.
don't think I have it. I swear I don't
Yeah,
think
you
I
do.
do. I'll check.
See, now I have a black and white.
Okay. They're
You have
both
it.
good. They're both good. I think I'd rather have the color, but black and white really is more appropriate for the character. Uh, I don't know. Don't even know what I own. It's really pretty pathetic. Going back to what I was saying at the
Was
beginning
he
of
like
the
a
show,
character on
don't
Bozo the
be like
Clown?
me.
Was this like a Bozo the Clown character or something?
You know what the bottom part of it looks like is there used to be a kiddie show in Fort Worth, Texas called uh, Slam Bang Theater, and they'd have a bunch of guys running around in gorilla masks and the top part of the mask, but they really were like caveman masks, and that's what it kind of looks like.
This
Back
one's
at,
pretty good. Look at this one.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on there.
Oh, he's like
Oh, I
upside
see.
down
Oh,
here.
it's upside down. Oh, okay.
I put it like this, it'll look better.
I see. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty good. I've never seen that one.
Me either. He's one. Is Meyer watching? He's gonna like these next three.
Uh, he was. I don't know.
This is his artist Skinner.
Oh, well, then hold one for him. I bet he wants it.
He's gonna want all three of them.
Excuse me.
All four of them. Look.
Skinner is a local artist for Meyer, or what?
Skinner. See?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
They had 800 different covers I could have chose from.
What is that?
How to Steal an Election. before someone else does. Number one.
What is this? This comic might be interesting to me. I might want that. Is that
You don't
for
want. You
sale?
definitely don't want that. You definitely don't want that.
Is it the other side?
I can
Is
guarantee you it's horrible.
okay.
This is
Oh, so
1 in 25, so I never had these.
he's not a very good salesman, is he? Imagine if you worked at a car dealership. Don't buy this one. It's shit. This is the worst car Detroit's ever made.
That 1 in 25. I never had this. Never had this.
Huh.
Look at this.
Oh, like Panic. What is the comic?
Who knows? Who cares? Nobody opens these things.
I'm curious. Oh, Myers says yes. I want those. So save those Skinner ones for him.
I knew he did. I knew he would.
Was there three or four of them?
4 of them. Yeah, that's you had to
Ooh,
order 50 to get that.
Cobra Commander. You ever hear Alex Jones do his impression of the Cobra Commander?
Yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good covers.
What does he become a good guy in this book? Is that what you were telling me, or is that the Baroness?
Uh, I think Baroness
I don't know
was good.
anything about it. I need to shut up because I don't know anything
Cobra, I
about.
think Cobra, you feel sorry for him,
Oh
but this one's kind of neat.
man, he's got good dental hygiene, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, Cobra has a good dental plan.
These are the good
Yeah,
guys in here, I
gleaming
think.
white teeth there. Destro.
Remember, these were 1 in 10s originally.
Oh wait, is that the third issue?
That was the second, I think. Here's another second. You had to order 50 to get that one originally. Here's the third issue. You had to order 10 to get originally. Here's number 3. You had to order 50 to get this one.
Oh, that's nice. What are you selling that for?
Face looks a little weird when you
Yeah,
go up
it
on it.
does. Yeah, it looks like Laura
It's good from
Loomer.
far, but far from good.
Um, my goodness, what a world! What's
Oh,
wrong
I
with us?
wanted to show you the some of the stuff that you've been waiting for
Oh,
this
gee,
one.
gee, thank you. Just don't get me in trouble. Is that Heat Seeker?
Yeah, you've been
Uh,
waiting for that one, or have you been waiting for this one?
well, see, I probably shouldn't be showing this on my show, but let's see. Let me see the other one.
I thought this was a photo, but it's not a photo.
Why do they have to put the barcode at the top of the comic? That's stupid. Uh, oh boy, they're both equally. I guess give me, are they equally? Is the one more? They're the same price. I guess. I,
Same
I
price.
guess. I shit. I don't know. What do you think, Paulo? Would you go with the one on the right?
This looks like a this looks
That's
like a very
Derek. No, that's Kendrick Lim,
yeah,
and
looks
this
like a very
is
standard
that's Kendrick
swimsuit
Lim, and
cover.
this is Jay Ferguson.
I like this one. It could work as a
Yeah,
paperback novel
paperback
cover.
cover. Yeah,
Yeah.
except for that barcode thing. But yeah, pull that one for me. Shit.
Yeah, even the logo
Bastards.
looks like a one of those CD paperbacks that used to exist in the
Yeah.
60s and 70s.
Oh, if
Yeah.
Myers is Myers, if you're still watching,
He's still watching.
there's Babs for you. Yeah, he's picking his nose.
Oh. Yeah.
I was gonna open this, but I'm running out of time today.
Oh, is it a action figure?
Hmm.
Bronco's asking you, Paulo, is Masajana a well-known place in Portugal?
Not really.
Meyer says, yes, thanks. Oh, he wants Babs. Meyer wants Babs.
Oh yeah, I'd only order it for him.
Someone was like saying this was really good. Someone was saying you should get the new Savage Sword. That looks pretty authentic to the Marvel days. Yeah, they do a pretty good job of stealing the Marvel look, kind of like Warren. Makes it look like Warren. Uh, Man, this is pretty good. Who's the artist on that?
Which story?
Oh, I don't know. The one that you were just showing. Library 88 says it looks glorious. Yeah.
But Bronco, if you want to move there, that thing's in the middle of nowhere. Uh, it's 3 hours away from Lisbon, and it's over an hour away from the district capital. The, the reason people have heard of that place is because it has a funny name,
Well,
but
maybe he
nobody
wants
goes
to be
there.
away from everything. Maybe he
Well,
wants to.
yeah, that would for that it would work. Yeah.
Do you have two copies of that? Because Meyer wants one and I want one.
What, the Savage Swords?
Yeah.
What cover? I have multiples of each cover.
I like the one with the old Marvel logo. The one, show him again.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I'd like that one. I don't know. That's the new logo. We'll wait and see what Meyer says. But yeah, if you could have told me one on the right one. Uh, John Goris watched a cool western last night. Stranger on a Horse at Joel McRae, John Carradine, Kevin McCarthy, a Jacques Tourneur movie. I probably mispronounced that. Um, Dang. Um,
That guy's probably the artist.
well, if he wants to live out in the middle of nowhere and be found a couple of months later as a mummy like Gene Hackman, did you hear about that? They found his wife and him mummified in the middle of a desert, and his dog. It's horrible. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's not funny. But you imagine, oh, we were concerned about your welfare. We checked on you, and you were a mummy. Maybe you need to check more often, you guys.
Yeah. I mean, he has kids. Hackman had kids. They should call him more often.
Well, shit, he's 95. Those kids may have died of old age. I mean, it's very possible if he had kids in his 20s that they've already passed away.
Yeah, and the grandkids are probably waiting for him to kick the bucket so they could inherit the money.
Well, he had a much younger wife. So I imagine
Yeah.
if you're 95 and your wife passes away, that you're probably not going to be long for this world. And then the dog's not going to get fed. And that's probably how that happened. And you're in the middle of a desert. And then, the rest. But
I don't know. The maybe they had a gas leak or something.
that's possible too. Yeah.
Look at
Because for
this
them
guy.
to die at the same time and there was no sign of violence.
Well, I don't think they're quite sure yet. So, Ninja Monster. That looks just like a ninja to me. You can see how he can sneak up on you and you'd never notice him. Oh, I guess he's got that sash around his head. That's what makes him a ninja. Might have been a gas leak or carbon monoxide. Yeah.
All right. You can guess this guy.
Oh boy.
You
This is
can
a
guess
mass
him.
company that makes political figures. I've got a Nixon and a Reagan from the early 80s from this
No, they do
company
more
called
than
Caesar.
they do pop culture. They do
Oh,
more than
okay.
political.
Is that gold on my ear? I don't know who that is.
I know who this is, but somebody guess
Paulo, you
this.
know who that is? That one we already figured out, but I'll let you guys guess. John Gores says Randy Quaid.
No, both of them are dead. I'll give you that hint.
Yeah.
And these were made in like 1991, I
I
think.
know he's a political leader. Is this guy a political leader?
This
Oh
guy,
wait, I think is that Jerry Springer?
Not
I
Jer-
I think it's Jerry Springer.
thought Jerry Springer had a mustache.
No, I don't think so. I'll be quiet. I'll let you guys guess.
I don't know.
oh, look at Jim Starlin's coming.
To your store?
Yeah,
Cool.
here he is. He's here right now. Want to say
Oh,
something, Tom?
is that an old poster or something?
No, he's coming Sunday, April 27th.
What? To your store or to a convention?
What do you want to get signed? What do you
I'll
want?
find.
Some Dreadstar?
I've never read a Dread Star in my life. How is it, Paula?
Uh,
Hey, who's this kid over here? Sitting down.
Antifa.
Dreadster looks like it's going nowhere. There are moments when it has humor, which looks out of place. So Starlin does a lot of retreading from his Warlock run.
Yeah. I just remember it in the 1980s. I have one issue of Dread Star, but I don't think I ever read it. I don't know why I bought it, but maybe because it was him. Damn, man, that's a pretty good mask. It looks completely like there's a real person under there.
That's what he looks like without the mask.
Huh.
You guys see this last time?
I don't think so.
That's Chamber of Horrors.
Man, you've been buying a lot of masks.
See?
Oh, okay. I thought it was maybe the Spirit Halloween mascot or something.
See if there's anything new. You see this guy last time?
You showed a picture of it. What the? Oh, a raven is popping through Edgar Allan Poe's eye socket. What kind of mind would even imagine that? That is weird. Takes a lot for me to say something's weird.
Oh, there's a new one.
Is that Bill Clinton? Oh, it is, isn't it? Damn. Did anyone? I wasn't looking at the chat. Did anyone guess on those other two masks? Yeah, it's
Oh,
quiet.
I forgot. I went to Walmart and they had some glow in the dark Ben Coopers. They had the creature and they had Dracula.
Oh, sounded like Herman Munster. Oh, goody goody. Well, what does Walmart charge for those things? Like $20?
It was 20 or 25.
So, what were you hearing from NECA about the
Oh, they're raising tariffs. They're making me pay for the tariff. They're passing their savings along to me.
Myers said he watched a movie called Swiss Army Man last night. Why Brady 8 says he has to see it, and he said Myers says I liked it. It's weird, so I would guess not for everyone, but it kept my interest and it's a good ending. Why Brady 8, yeah, it looks good. I just forgot about it. I haven't heard of it ever. Since you like this show, Library 88, you will probably like it. Oh, you're outside. Are you you're closed, huh? What time is it, man? Oh shit, you've been closed for half an hour. I didn't just realize that.
Oh, you couldn't hear me. I had the mic muted.
No, I figured there was a reason.
I was saying, do you think I should hang the mummy from up here? Not the mummy, the dummy.
Uh, no, because then you, like I was telling you, asked me that, and I said I think that will, someone will call 911 if you do that, and then you're gonna have unwanted attention into your store. Because you were talking about hanging it by its feet. It looks too real. Oh, he says that as a corpse as a main character, it kind of resembles Kevin's dummy in the hall. And it's called Swiss Army Man. Oh, someone's trying to come in here. Why, it's Bone Daddy. Hey there, what are you up to?
What's up?
You're watching like Blofeld. Ugh, what is happening here? So, that's great. Yeah, I've been seeing you on Facebook.
How you doing?
So you're good. You're continuing to do well. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Daniel Radcliffe is the corpse. I'm trying to remember who that is. Was that Harry Potter? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all he can play now, huh?
Daniel Radcliffe is kind of no. He's been doing a lot of things, hasn't he?
He has, but nothing that lights up the world.
I don't. I don't know. I don't pay
Nothing.
attention to
Nothing
Hollywood.
that really impresses anybody, huh?
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
if I were him, I'd live off of the Harry Potter money and just creatively just do what I want.
We
Oh,
got
that's a
that
good
echo
idea.
starting again there. God damn it! The echo started
What's wrong?
again.
What started?
We have an echo coming from you.
Oh no! I'll sign off and we'll see what we can do.
Come back
Okay?
No,
in though. Come back.
No,
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 I'm gone. Is he serious? No, I'm gone. I hope he's
no,
not
it
serious.
doesn't. He probably has the microphone too close to the stereo sound, so he it gets picked up on a loop.
But I don't think he has a microphone. I think isn't he? Didn't he doesn't have headphones, does he?
No,
So why doesn't that happen to me? The only thing possible is he's got YouTube open on some device, and
that's probably it. 'Cause I have YouTube on a window, but when I come in, I mute it so that I can't hear it.
so why do people like you have headphones? I don't.
Well,
Does it make the sound better?
yeah, no, because the mic's on the headphone here.
Okay, but I mean, if are you using a phone or a computer?
Computer. I always use the computer.
And sometimes the computers don't have good microphones, right?
Right? Yeah. Because if we don't use headphones, the um, the the laptop's mic may pick up the sound because the columns are near it.
But
They
if you
actually aren't.
have,
In this case, they actually aren't, but they're like half a foot apart, but we may still pick up the sound.
but if you use an iPhone, must have a pretty good mic because I I just
Yeah,
never used.
yeah, but I never use this. I never use the cell phone for going live.
Okay. Last Frontier says when you're in the StreamYard, you have to close YouTube. Well,
Right.
yeah. Well, okay. So what's been up, Bone Daddy Gary?
Oh, not a whole lot. I've got, well, I don't know quite how to say this, but
Oh,
I got some bad news,
huh?
and I'm not dealing with it really well. I was tempted to drink,
Oh,
but I didn't. I didn't drink. I didn't go down that route. My girlfriend that I've been seeing has expressed to me that she doesn't want to be considered my girlfriend anymore. She just wants to be friends.
oh,
And she assured me that there's no one else. There's no other person, but she's just expressed to me that she's not comfortable being in having a relationship that's that kind of dynamic. And so she says she wants to be friends still. Um, and I wasn't quite sure how to take that. So to be honest with you, I'm a little heartbroken, but
I
kind of
thought
wondering
you.
maybe this is.
Oh shit! Echo. I'm sorry, the echo. I'm not laughing at what you're saying. It's laughing at the echo. Uh,
The echo back.
Yeah.
why is it back? What is going on?
I
Do you?
haven't opened up anything else. Let me just
I know.
check.
I
Hold on
believe
a
you.
second. Let me look and see.
Because on the cell phone, if YouTube's not on the main window, you, it goes out. I mean, you can't. You should be able to hear anything.
Is there a tab open that might have YouTube going?
No, there wasn't. I opened it up and looked, and there
Wait, I'm
wasn't
not hearing
anything
the
there.
echo
So
now. Yes, I am. Well, didn't you tell us about a month ago that this girl was saying stuff like that?
well, the girl a month ago was saying that she couldn't be with someone who was having alcohol issues.
Oh, okay.
Um, she had told me that because her father was an alcoholic, and her brother and her sister and her ex-husband, she said, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this kind of thing.
Oh,
And
okay.
just being honest, she told me the relationship was on shady ground, or was on unsteady ground from the beginning. And it looked like things were improving right around Valentine's Day, and we both we both agreed to meet for Valentine's Day, and then she got the flu really bad,
Yeah.
and she had it for about 2 weeks. I was really, really kind of shocked that she had it for so long, and just today, I called her up, and she said, "Gary, we need to talk."
Oh boy.
And whenever that kind of verbiage comes across, I'm like, "Oh, great." So anyway,
Well,
but I'm here. I'm happy. I wanted to be with my buddies. I wanted to be with my friends,
Yeah,
And
well, we've all been there. There's other there. You'll find someone.
I know.
Uh, uh, I don't know. Possibly that could be your. I just the hell. Yeah. Uh, oh no, this is John Gurris. Uh, that Live Radiate saying to stay strong. He's been sober 4 years. Why is this echo have to plague me? John Gurris, that sucks. Those are like hard drinking lyrics too. And he suggests another addiction. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we should endorse that, John. We need to talk. We need to talk is always brutal.
What kind of an addiction is he suggesting?
Well, I'll put it back on. I don't want to say it out loud.
Trying to see it.
Ever try, the 420 thing?
Oh, the 420 thing.
Coco.
Yeah, the 420 thing is something that I've done a little bit at times.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess it's legal a lot of places now, especially where you're at. I think.
Yeah, it's legal here.
Paulo, if you say something, does it echo or is it just me?
It's echoing.
I'll log off again and log back on.
Come back. Come back. I don't know why I think it's funny. I think StreamYard has an echo cancellation button. It says dead IP3.
Probably. Let me check. Settings, audio.
Echoes all around. But
it
he
has
wasn't echoing. It was just us, right?
We're echoing while he's on, so it's the sound coming out and coming back in through the mic.
But if it's just him talking, there's no echo, right?
No, right.
So if we just shake our head yes and no while he talks, everything's fine. It's our pesky voices that create the problem. Well,
Drew, is that you?
That's not Drew. That's Kevin's dog that sounds like Curly Howard. I think it's hilarious. I would like to hear that echo. That's something I want to hear echo. Kevin, what's the name of that dog that sounds like Curly?
His name's Mo.
Say that again.
Mo.
What is that, Paula? What did he say?
Mo.
Yeah,
it doesn't sound like Larry. It sounds like Mo.
Okay. Kevin's Hellhound says Live Radiate. Oh my gosh. How's that Friday night show been going? Doing? I'm never home on Friday. Paulo, how's the Friday night show been going?
We're doing okay. We usually never have a plan. Sometimes we just start talking and then things progress. But whenever we have Chris Geruso on, we usually have some of the covers that he's been working on for Marvel.
Now that's true. Well,
there goes Kevin's Hellhound again.
That's an unusual bark.
Yeah.
I think Drew's barking back, and she's trying to figure out where that's coming from.
Yeah, she can probably hear.
There's a facsimile of oversized Treasury Edition comic coming out, and for it's called Batman's Strangest Cases, and I'm almost positive I have it. Kevin was wanting to look at it because it's got a Bernie Wrightson Batman story in it. I know I'm positive I have it from when I was a kid, and but I'll show it Saturday. I don't know if I want to go upstairs right now. Let's see. Live 88 is doing the woo 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 sound. So, well, I'm glad you came on, Gary. Um, what have you been up? What else you been up to?
I have not been up to much of anything else right now. I've just been um, trying to stay sober.
Is it possible soon to get back to your art?
I've been putting the art on the back burner for right now, just because
Oh yeah.
I really need to focus on getting sober and staying sober.
Okay,
I'm
I
almost
thought that
I'm
might be a
almost
distraction.
yeah I'm almost to 40 days now,
Okay,
which is really good.
so you're always going to be able to keep track since you did it on inauguration day. People are going to keep
Yeah,
saying he's only been president 40 days, and look what he. Yeah, so that's good.
yeah.
It helps you keep
Look what he's
track.
accomplished.
Yeah. So how is your hands? Are your hands getting steadier?
Yes, yes, they are.
Oh, I don't even really see a shake at all.
Not hardly at all. No, not hardly at
Wow.
all.
Oh, wow, man, that's great. That's great.
It's very good. It's a nice feeling. It's a good feeling.
So
Um,
that's about
it,
how long it takes, or has it been that way for a few days now?
it takes my sponsor told me it takes usually about 30 days to get totally clean, and that's why they have you doing detox for 30 days. Usually, if you're in detox, they keep you there for 30 days,
Yeah, but I
and
bet that's expensive, though, huh?
I'm sure it is. I didn't do that. I just got just started being sober by not drinking. So
Yeah. Well, what about job prospects?
job prospects, truthfully, I haven't been looking that much. And I know that's not a good thing, but I just haven't been looking as valiantly as I should be.
Well, like I was saying, I think your art skills are so good that that's something you could fall back on now that your hands are steady. That could be something that distracts you and gives you pleasure. Uh, I don't know.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate that.
recommend that because I know, hell, I could use the Hotel Orloff sign, and Kevin was wanting that sign with the Halloween mask thing, and one of these people saying, Deadite 83, you can do it, surrounding myself with positive and sober people. Help me. And I've been 15 years sober now. Meyer, keep your chin
Wow.
up, Gary. You're doing great. Stay focused, and you're going to be fine. Cool. Yeah,
Thank
Meyer's
you.
been through it all too. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's been really nice to have so many good friends that are encouraging and just telling me, "Hey, keep it up. You're doing great." Um, it's just nice. It's nice to have a group of people who just seem to care about me, which I really appreciate very
Do you
much.
have a group of good friends there locally?
My AA group is really my group of friends.
Okay.
I have some people in my group that are closer than others, and then there's others that are distant and way back there that I don't think I would want to I would want to spend time with them on a personal level anyway. But um, it's just because they're different. It's just their life is different than mine. I'm not judging them or looking down on them. I'm just saying, no offense, but I don't think I want to hang out with you.
Okay. Yeah, I get the impression. Well, so what? do some of them after the meetings go out and eat together or anything? Or
I haven't been invited to anything like that. No, I did. No, that's not true. I did get invited to have lunch with a gal. She connected with me, and it's not anything romantic or anything like that. She actually connected with me because of my religious convictions and my religious beliefs, and she felt the same way. So she and I shared a meal together, and we prayed together, and had a really good time, just fellowshipping and having
oh,
um, some good time. It was it didn't have anything to do with Alcoholics Anonymous at all. It was just two people who shared the same faith and believed the same way, and we were just having a good time. It was really nice. And aside from my sponsor, reaching out to me, that's about the only thing that there's ever been. There hasn't been any effort on anyone else's part to reach out to me or anything like that. Of course, I haven't done any reaching out on my part either. So um, you have to be careful with that in the 12-step program, because they've got something called a 13th step, which is not a good thing. It's an unspoken step that usually is romantic in nature, and is not. I'm not going to say it's frowned upon, but it's not endorsed. So it's something that um, could be easily misinterpreted. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It's like
okay.
if I was going to, come up to someone and say, "Hey, let's go have a burger after our meeting." Uh, yeah, there might be someone who'd be interested in doing that, but then other people would look at that and go, "Are you hitting on me? What's going on with that?"
Okay.
And so I just I'd rather be on the safe side and say, no, let's just see how things go.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So,
I saw someone asking about my Terminator head, and it's not a coffee mug. It's a head. It's a little Terminator
oh, I
head.
thought it was the same size. I thought it was life size.
Nope, it only fits in your hand. It was just that I had it at the right angle, make it look like it was
Yeah.
life size. No, he's just a little thing. He's nothing big. I would like to have a life size one. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah. Well,
Comic book wise, the only thing um, I picked these up quite some time ago, but I haven't had a chance to read them yet. I don't know if you've seen this.
I still haven't. It's a little dark. Let me see here. What is that? Jekyll and Hyde? Is that what it says?
Yeah,
Paul Jenkins.
Batman, Jekyll and Hyde. It's a
I
it's a
don't even
Two
see
Face.
the. I don't see the word Batman.
Oh,
Oh, I guess no. I still don't.
Yeah, then
Oh,
there
yes, I
is.
do. Oh, I see
Yeah,
the black, yeah, and purple.
Paul
Okay. Yeah.
Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee. That was a while ago.
yeah, it was quite a while ago, and it's six issues. I started reading the first issue today, and it's pretty darn good actually. I was kind of surprised.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's was something that I picked up a couple years ago in my local comic book store, and I put it in a box and left it there and forgot all about it. And I just came across it today, and I was thinking, wow, I need to read this.
Huh. Yeah, you've been doing a lot of bagging and boarding the last few times you were on.
Yes, I finally ran out of magazine size bags and boards. I have current size bags and boards, but just I just haven't had a chance to do anything with them recently. Yeah, as far as regular comics go, that's what I've been kind of hitched onto right now.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I should be getting some stuff from Kevin tomorrow or the next day, but
Good.
I would imagine it probably won't be tomorrow because postal. I mean, the post office getting things from there to here in a couple of days there for a while, but now it's taken like a week.
That's weird.
We're now
I'll
in
check
Kevin's
that out.
house seeing his Garbage Pail Kid collection.
That's really cool. Wow.
Mhm.
I remember when I first saw the Garbage Pail Kids, I wasn't sure if I really liked them or not. They were kind of frowned upon in the circle of friends that I was in at the time, but some of them I actually enjoy.
What was the
Some
circle of
of
friends you were in? What would you describe them?
religious,
Oh, okay.
religious circle of friends.
Oh my gosh. You got to have a sense of humor, even.
You've
Yeah.
got to, you've got to. I mean, you've got to understand. Gore is when we were kids. I mean, gore was something fun, you know.
Well, the name
And,
Garbage Pail Kids, I think, offended some people because they thought it was an abortion reference. Uh,
oh no, I really that's interesting. I
yeah,
didn't
if you
realize
think
that.
about it, that's it kind of is. It's
Yeah, I can
and
see
even
that.
if it isn't, it's just the thought of kids and garbage pails together. Uh, I don't think the makers of the cards thought that, but then once you think
No.
of that, it's kind of
Well, our minds as human beings, we come up with some of the wildest
well,
ideas.
no, look at all the Jekyll and Hyde synchronicity happening here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's kind of cool.
Um, yeah, it's funny how no one remembers the Cabbage Patch Kids, but everyone remembers the Garbage Pail Kids parody.
That's funny.
Live Ready 8 wants to know what series are these? Love the Sawed Log Head Sleeper.
This is it's a crazy set to complete. It's 2003 13 mini cards, which is like
Oh,
3 sets in one, maybe even more. There's like there's let me see.
I like how
There's
they,
there's like a almost 200. Well, if you count the A and B, there's like 400 cards.
wow. Are they all cards from previous series that they've redone?
Yeah, they redid them in mini
On
size.
the box it shows they had one that was a takeoff on a Topps ugly sticker. I think that Wally Wood did uh, on the other side maybe. Maybe the other that there on the right.
Oh yeah, that the weird guys, yeah, or
Yeah,
ugly guys or whatever.
ugly stickers. Yeah.
It's Game of
Live
Thrones.
Radiate
Cool.
says, "Oh wow, good to know. Thanks, Kevin. Damn, there are so many of them." Meyer says Margaret Sanger was the original creator of the Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah, okay. Only on this show would the people in the gallery say things like that. God has a sense of humor. He created the platypus. Yeah, right. He created
That's
all of
cool.
us.
That's
Yeah,
true.
he created the comic book community, so he's really got a sense of humor. Let's see. Yeah, man. I was the wacky package generation. Kevin came along a little bit later and was part of the. Did this stuff ever make it to Portugal? All these little kind of things
No,
like this.
no,
What would people have? What would people have thought there? They don't laugh a lot there, huh?
no. We laugh a lot, but that's not funny.
Yeah. Well, it's not that you don't have a sense of humor, but they're very serious as far as they
Let me
don't
put it
like
this way.
fantasy or science fiction. Is that what you're saying?
No, no. Let me put it this way. Fart jokes are funny. Garbage Pail Kids are not.
So you guys laugh at farts a lot, but
Fart
Yes.
jokes are
but
fun.
you don't. But most don't like science fiction and fantasy and
No,
horror.
no. The jokes are, you get jokes with wordplay. You don't get
Oh, puns.
situational humor is for people who understand foreigners.
Okay.
So that's for the 12 of us who like John Cleese. The rest of the rest of the country, they like fart jokes.
So yeah, but Monty Python like good fart joke too. I mean, but they have
Right,
the
but that's
lowbrow
situational
and the
humor.
highbrow humor. Yeah. Um, how does Monty Python type humor in general go over in Portugal?
Our most famous comedian in history copied everything off of Monty Python.
So, what comedies from other countries go over well in Portugal, like from the United States? Like, would All in the Family work there, or
All in the Family worked here, but we didn't think. Yeah, All in the Family worked, but here's the thing: when All in the Family was on TV, 95% of the country could not speak a foreign language.
yeah?
So it was for a very select group of people. It worked well for the people who were young back then, who
Oh,
are
okay.
presently between 40 and 55.
So it was
And
more of an intellectual thing.
yeah,
So that's the way Monty Python was here back in the 70s. It
right.
ran on public broadcasting, on PBS. And it was watched by these people that were, had TRS 80 computers and were figuring out how these brand new computers work. It was a nerd humor thing,
Yeah.
it,
But
or
but
college humor.
but people who were uneducated, they liked Charlie Chaplin because he didn't speak. So the humor was physical. So they would
Yeah,
understand it.
yeah, that's the thing. I've always thought Charlie Chaplin wasn't funny at all, but these immigrants that came over in 1910 just laughed because he fell down
Yeah.
or got blown by the wind. You know, Buster Keaton was far more entertaining than Charlie Chaplin, but
But
uh,
he made things that were more implausible. Chaplin had physical humor in normal situations, although they were
yeah,
exaggerated, but you can still consider them normal. Buster Keaton had at the side of a house fall on him, and but then he would emerge from an open window because it fell exact the open window fell exactly where he was standing. So it's planned. It's not the same thing.
yeah, I can't believe some of the shit that that Buster Keaton did. It's unbelievable. Uh,
Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin did a movie together. I can't remember the name of it, but
really?
um, there was a movie that they had done once, and it was a talkie, and they were two. I'm wanting to say vaudevillian comedians who were brought back together um, for a uh, for a revival. And there was one scene in the dressing room. They were putting on their makeup, and Buster Keaton is exclaiming to Charlie Chaplin that if anyone says this is like old times, I'm going to jump out a window. Which it took me a while to see the humor in that, but if you think about it, being that Buster Keaton's thing was his shtick was jumping out the window, and I did. The irony of that just was lost on me at first, but then after I was reading it for a while and reading up on Buster Keaton, the joke is really uh, very subtle and ironic. It's very funny.
Yeah. Well,
Um, I was going to show you guys some other things that I came across. Um, I came across some things that in my collection that I haven't seen in a while. Only because either it was in a box or was put away somewhere. I've got some trading cards. I don't know if you're really that much into trading cards that much.
if you're talking to me, yeah, I like non-sports stuff. Man, is there any way you could get a lamp in front of you?
Yeah, let me see if I can do that.
Because I'm not seeing much. That's better, sort of.
There we go.
Okay, creature features. Okay, this. Oh yeah, this is well, I don't know. I don't recognize that border. This must be more recent.
I think these are more recent. I think you're right. I think these are
I mean,
a whole.
I know one from about 1974. It looks like these are reprints of that 74 set, but with a
I
colorful
believe
border.
I believe they are. Let me see if I can find a year on here. I think you're right, though. I think they are. Um, I want to say 2000 something.
I
God,
remember
I need
that
my.
set because you have the monsters, but anyone that isn't a monster, like any girl that they're holding or that they're surprising, they've replaced their faces because I guess they didn't want to pay the actors or actresses. So, so they think they put on faces of employees of Topps
Yeah,
trading
that's what I've
cards
heard. That's what I've heard as well.
because they look like faces from the 1970s in a still from the 40s. So maybe you could find one of those pictures and you could show what I'm talking about.
Let me see if I can
Gary,
find one.
what
I'll
cards are
bet you there's.
those?
What's that?
What cards are those?
Creature features.
Creature features,
They're,
or
they're not the
you'll
they're not the set that I bought as a kid. They're something probably from the 80s maybe.
creature
But
features, or something else called you'll die laughing. I
I
don't know
think
if.
You'll Die Laughing was from the 60s maybe.
Well, I'm just saying that because there's. Let me see if I can pull this out of here. Um, reason I say that is because the back of the cards has little jokes.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that. They would have that background, but there was a set of cards called You'll Die Laughing, I think, that were before my time.
Yeah, I think they were in the 1960s, maybe early 70s. Hard to know for sure. Let me take a look and see if I can
Well,
see
I
a date
mean,
on
it
this.
just takes a quick Google search.
Well, these are dated 1980.
Okay.
1980.
They're reprints of a set from about 1974.
Yeah, probably. Probably. But I've got that set that um, at the end of such set, some of them they ended up printing out stickers.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, I've seen a few of those. The stickers weren't with the original set, though.
I don't I agree with you. I think they aren't. Um,
Well, yeah, it's pretty cool.
and then the back of the cards they had a puzzle. As you can see,
Oh,
there's the top of the creature from the Black Lagoon there,
yeah.
and I imagine I have all the pieces of the puzzle that I could put together in some configuration. You can see there's more of him.
Yeah.
But, and then there was a few lobby cards or movie card reproductions.
Okay, yeah, those weren't with the original set either.
Yeah, I did collect a set of Vampirella cards with the actress Kathy Christian playing the part of Vampirella for uh, all the cosplay pictures.
Is she an actress?
She was either a model or an actress. I believe she was dating the guy who put together these cards at the time.
She's dating the guy that put the set together. Well, that explains it.
Yeah, yeah, explains a lot. Here's the cards themselves. They actually are really good. They're some of them are foil verbiage. You know, just the logo in foil.
There's a really good
Some of them
Vampirella
are
action.
gold.
Yeah, there's a really good Vampirella action figure coming out, like really good. I think it's put out by the Frazetta girls. Um,
Oh,
it's
I've
like,
seen that. I've seen
yeah,
that. Yes.
yeah. You probably saw me post it on Facebook, but it's like a $70 figure. Kevin's got a few on order, but the the problems with Diamond might keep him from getting it. I'm not sure, but see if I can't
Here's,
find it. Show it to you. Yeah, this is what
I think
1990
these
stuff.
are. I think these are. Yeah, I think these are by Harris. I think that's who is putting these
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Harris bought all
There's
that.
a good one by there's a good one by Joe Jusko, as you can see. I believe that's Joe Jusko. Either no, this is Joe Jusko right here.
Mhm.
I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
I think that other one was Dave Stevens. I couldn't say for sure though.
Hold on. I'm off in the Phantom Zone. I can't see it right now. I'd be able to recognize is the Dave Stevens? Is she sitting on top of a tombstone?
Yes, yes,
Yeah, I can't see it, but I know he did do one where she's on top of a tombstone.
right there.
I'm not on StreamYard right now. You can hear my voice, but I'm looking for a picture of that Vampirella action figure that I think I saved. But
And then they came out with these taller Vampirella figure cards. These are not standard size cards. These are a little bit longer. These are about a card and a half. I don't know what you call those though. Do you know when they're longer cards like this?
uh no, I don't have any idea what they
Anybody?
call it.
Anybody?
I call it a pain in the ass to store them.
Yeah, they don't make
Yeah,
sleep.
they're hard. Yeah, I just to put them in a notebook. I just used um, the regular card sheets, and I was only able to put in 6 cards per sheet as opposed to the 9 cards.
Hmm.
And although you can't see the back row very well, it's still able to protect them and keep them from damage. Here's a grouping of the cards that I think you were thinking of, Gratu, the older ones.
Hold on one second. I'm still not back. I'm sorry. Really
All
trying
right,
to find that picture, but I can't
it's all
find
right,
it.
it's all right.
Anyway, it's good. Okay, show me again. I'm back. I'm back now. Yeah, those are the ones I bought.
This is it.
See that hippie that's cutting
These,
his hair? That would have
yeah,
originally been Jack Pierce's head, and you can see they glued some hippie on there from 1974. So
Yeah.
that's why it always looked weird when I was a kid. This is some Vampirella comic they made to look like Archie number 50 that I
Oh,
think,
how cool.
but it's going to be ridiculously expensive. I think they only made maybe 100 or two of it. Just a typical, way to try to make money. Myers says, I have a big stack of King Kong 76 cards. Yeah, I have some of those. This is because the candy store that I went to had only those for a couple of months. I have triples of some cards I'm not proud of or happy about it. Yeah, they're pretty terrible. That was a horrible
If
movie.
you want to get rid of some of those, I'll take them.
Oh man, it's bad memories. See
I'm
that
serious.
that was that
I
was complete. Yeah, look how bad that paste job is of that head on there.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
But seriously, Meyer, if you want to get rid of a set of those King Kong cards, I would gladly take them off your hands.
it was just such an ugly, ugly time. Oh man, what a disappointment that movie was.
Here's another good one, a good example of what you were talking about. Obviously, a different actress posing
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Vincent Price there.
yeah. Although that one wasn't as obvious as a kid looking at it, not
No,
having seen the movie,
no,
because Dr. Fives was still a somewhat recent movie. It was only 4 years old. But when you put a modern 70s head on a movie from the 1940s, even a
yeah.
little third, fourth grader can realize it.
And these still say "You'll die laughing" on the back.
Yeah, yeah. With Jack Davis art. Yeah.
These were I started collecting these way back in the late '80s, early '90s. These are Universal Monsters cards,
Yeah.
and I never did accomplish getting a complete set. But
Well, I admire you
oh,
for that.
the ones I have are pretty good, though.
Yeah.
You admire,
You don't,
admire
you
me
don't,
for
you don't want to
that.
have a complete set because that's lunacy. No kid had very rarely would a kid have a complete set of something. So when you have a complete set, that's a mark of being strange.
Well,
Uh, Now the
I
wacky
am a bit.
packages, I would have. I was. I bought so many wacky packages. There were some cards where I think they would put one card of a particular one in for every 1,000, maybe. There was a parody of True cigarettes. I think it was called True, but it was called Truant cigarettes, and it had a kid playing hooky, and that was a very hard one to get. Truant cigarettes, like maybe the fifth series, like around
I don't think
1970.
I don't think I've seen that one. I've
Yeah, I
got the
remember
first.
Truant was one of the really hard to get ones, and I wish I could remember There were some others that yeah, that was not fun trying to get those cards, and then people would try to steal them from you because everyone knew those were the hard ones to get because
Yeah.
you had the checklist, and there was everyone had every one of them, but like one in every series, so you had to keep buying those stupid, packs, and then
And
eventually
you
you'd
ended
get.
up with a bunch of doubles and all that good
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, I still have them. Yeah, yeah, I was really big into that. Then we moved to near Seattle, and it was real hard to find those cards when we moved there. Oh well,
We had we mostly got our cards from 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven was
yeah,
where we would find all of our.
7-Eleven, Stop and Go, uh, U Totem. Yeah, that was when I
I
went to
forgot
7-Eleven.
about you, Totem. Oh my gosh! Wow, I forgot about you, Totem stores.
Yeah.
Wow, you just gave me a blast from the past. Oh wow.
Is there
That
still is the stop and go chain still around?
I don't think so. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
There's one now called Come and Go, which is kind
Yeah,
of
I've heard of
tongue in
that.
cheek.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to say anything more. Yeah, I know.
No. And then
Yeah,
we've got these new stores that have been popping up around Denver called Maverick,
I
and
don't know that.
they are a gas station slash convenience store, and they're huge. They're huge stores, and they're really well stocked with all kinds of stuff. And they have a restaurant in the back. They have a little Cinnabon cafe in the back. I don't know if you're familiar with Cinnabon, but basically they're
Yeah.
big, huge, freaking gigantic cinnamon
Yeah, they
rolls.
used to be in the malls. Myers right,
Yeah,
Circle K is another one they had in Texas. Yeah.
yeah, we have Circle K, and
And Quick
but
Stop is in Texas all over the place. The
but
version of
yeah,
Quick Stop up here is called Casey's.
yeah, there's some good ones.
Uh,
But yeah, Maverick is huge now. And that's the thing now. It's no longer little convenience stores. They're huge convenience stores now.
well, Paulo, you got anything cool that you could show?
Not today.
I saw you on some show and you were actually showing physical comics.
On Graphic Man, I had a bunch of prestige formats lying around. Actually, yeah, let me pick them up. You know, you can go on Graphic Man. He he would love to have you back.
Uh, oh, well, you can call me anytime, or you could come on the show and we could, yeah, if he wants to call or come on the show, that's fine.
I'll be right back, Grotu.
All right.
I used to buy a bunch of prestige formats because most of them were DCL worlds. And Jared always complains that he can't open the prestige the prestige formats well. But I didn't care because I can put this up on a bookshelf. So yeah, this is Superman Red Sun. It's the one where Superman lands on Superman Baby Kal-El's rocket lands on the Soviet Union
Right.
instead of Kansas.
So what is he saying? He can't handle them well? What does he mean?
Yeah, you can't open them well to read, which I find out is there 48 pages they analyze and they go back to they can bend a little if you open them too much, but you put them on the bookshelf between other books and they go back to normal. So
Okay. All
this is
right.
number
I,
two
I think I understand what he means.
and number three. The covers are funny, are interesting because they resemble Soviet era art.
Right. What is going on with this? How is how are the plans to end the war with Ukraine and Russia being viewed over in Europe or in Portugal?
Completely fucked up. Do you remember that I told you that you guys should have butted out? Now you're ruining everything. Do you know what Trump just gave license to do? Every country now has the feels like they have the right to invade another country, and as long as they can hold out, the perception is that America will step in on their behalf, since might as well keep the territory because it's been conquered, and because of that, China is going to invade Taiwan, and
They were
and
going to do that anyway.
and
That was always inevitable.
World War III is going to start between China, India, and Pakistan.
Okay, is that what you're hearing?
It's obvious. I mean,
But
no, it's no nobody picked up on it, but and I don't understand why. China and India and Pakistan have been fighting over the Kashmir area for 40 years. But now, since the USA said they're not going to keep the status quo, then that means whoever gets to conquer first gets to keep the territory.
Huh. Well,
GL Age of Wonder. This was set in the turn of the century, so everything kind of resembles Victorian era technology.
yeah.
This is issue number 2.
So, what is the alternative to having peace?
It's not the alternative is not having peace. It's having you see, the point is not peace. The point is what happens after the peace. You didn't create peace. Russia is going to invade Georgia now.
Okay.
Georgia.
Not your Georgia, my Georgia. But only if. But Turkey might not find that funny.
Yeah.
No,
We'll see.
Everybody's now thinking, okay, now I'm going to have to go to war over this.
What are the countries that are thinking this? China? What other countries?
Okay, so Russia is going to invade Georgia, and since the USA says that now they don't care about NATO anymore, Estonia.
What I heard is that NATO,
because of the Russians, because Russia is going to invade Georgia, Turkey may invade Armenia because of it, in order to defend Georgia from Russia, because they don't want Russia to have a border with Turkey. Next, China is going to invade Taiwan, and this time it's for real. China is going to invade the Indian-controlled portion of Kashmir. India is going to invade the Pakistani and the Chinese-controlled portions of Kashmir. Pakistan is going to try to do anything and they don't know what. Also, Rwanda is going to intensify the invasion of RD Congo. Morocco is finally going to invade whatever they don't control of the East Sahara territory. Who knows what's going to happen?
Trump will allow all of that.
Yeah. So I guess that Bolivia, Colombia may go to war soon. I have no idea what Peru is going to do.
Do you really think Trump would just allow that?
No, you don't get it. He doesn't get to allow Trump. What Trump decided is that it's now morally acceptable to gain territory through conquest, which was something that we all decided after World War II that was not going to happen. There was only one territorial acquisition that was accepted after World War II, which was when North Vietnam conquered South Vietnam when the U.S. pulled out of Saigon.
But how many bioweapons labs did they have? Did we have set up right on the border of Russia?
Zero.
Zero. What you're hearing?
Zero. Yeah, the bioweapons labs were actually Russian.
They were Russian.
From their Soviet era.
Okay.
Their Soviet era labs that the Russians left there.
And they were completely abandoned.
No, they weren't completely abandoned. But they were not being used by Americans. There were no American companies there. American companies were not allowed to operate in the Ukraine unless certain oligarchs made money off of it. But the oligarchs didn't.
But could they finance them like they were financing Wuhan?
No. You don't. No, there's no financing. That's not how business worked in Ukraine before the war. There are no bioweapons labs. They're not being used by the United States. You don't have any. Here's the thing: Russia was always complaining that Ukraine was going to join NATO. Nobody in NATO, nobody in Europe wanted the Ukraine to join either NATO or the European Union because the Ukraine was the most corrupt country in Europe. You should see how the grief that the that we put Bulgaria through in order to let them join. We still don't let Serbia join, and they're a much more stable country. But the Ukraine, since Russia has to invade, guess which country is going to rebuild the Ukraine? Mine. And the other 27 countries in the European Union. And how much do you think that's going to cost? I'm predicting about $10 trillion over the next 20 years. So yeah, Trump was going, oh, we gave him $300 billion. We're going to spend 10 trillion. But now we're not.
So if you
Because
continue to let the Ukraine be destroyed, wouldn't
we're
it
not,
be
no,
even more expensive to
no.
fix it up?
What we should have done is we are going to invade Russia. But we didn't do that. That's what we should have done.
Well, what if
But
the war ends and there is no more war? What if everything's
oh no,
fine?
there's going to be more war.
Okay. Well, I guess that would really help out the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, but there's going to be more war. Like I said, Russia's going to invade Georgia. Turkey's not going to like it. China's going to invade Taiwan. China, I don't know what they're going to do about the Philippines. China's been making inroads in the Philippines territorial waters for years. That
So
doesn't
if we
show up on the news.
continue to send billions and billions to Ukraine and keep the war going for many more generations, then the rest of the world will be at peace, and then no
Don't
one
be
will try
ridiculous. That
anything.
wasn't. No. That's not what. There's no generations. Ooh, that thing was going to last until this year. Russia was going to run out of money now. What Trump did, you know, the minerals that Trump says he's going to get, he's not going to get them. Do you know why? Because they are in the territorial parts of the Ukraine that he's going to give to Putin. Putin didn't say he was going to give those minerals to Trump. Now they're not in the Ukraine anymore. So you guys don't get any rare earths. They're now Russian territory, not Ukrainian.
So what do we do? Just give up and read comic
You guys
books?
should have. I told you that you guys should have butted out. You didn't butt out. Europe would have fixed it with money.
Well,
or by
that was
preventing.
Biden wanted
Yeah,
in.
but
He needed to, you know.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have done that. No, and
We
now.
had no control over Biden. No one. We didn't. I don't know anyone that voted for him.
Yeah, the thing.
Somehow he got
the thing
in.
is, Europe would have handled this, and now we can't. And now Asia and Africa and the Middle East are going to go crazy. And I don't know about South America, but I am expecting stuff to go down in South America as well, because now it's okay to conquer places. And if we say anything, if either America or Europe says anything, we lost the moral high ground, because other cultures are good at using our morality against us.
I don't see any moral high ground from anybody.
Yeah, but we had, and now we can't. When you can't say that it's bad to invade another country, because now it's okay to invade another country. You get territory.
Well, so how else is Trump being perceived over there?
The people don't understand the tariffs. I understand the tariffs. We are still not going to import Ford F-150s. You see, the tariffs that we had on American cars, they're not designed against the American companies. It's because BMW builds and Mercedes build the X3 and the GLC SUVs in America, and then we import German SUVs from America.
Mm-hmm.
It's for them. It's not because of General Motors. It never was.
Is there anything that Trump is liked for there?
No, not even the conservatives like Trump, because you see, a conservative is someone who thinks that the king has a divine right to rule.
Okay.
What you call conservative is actually libertarian. Okay. But what we call libertarian is actually Maoist.
Okay.
It's confusing. Yeah, for example, liberal means that you're a capitalist. It doesn't mean that you're a socialist. Socialists aren't liberal. Capitalists.
Huh.
Yeah, well, that's a new thing here too for
Mhm.
liberals to be like, well,
Yeah.
okay, so nobody
So
you know likes Trump.
yeah, but everyone's going to war now.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, I'll say, yeah, Paulo, you're right. The world's in flames, but you know,
Since since Putin knows that as long as he can keep the territory, America will say nothing. Georgia goes down. Georgia is much easier to conquer. The only thing that they had done was flip an ethnic minority that lived in Georgia to them, and that's the territory of Abkhazia. Nobody recognizes it except Russia. And but now it's easier. It's easier to conquer them because the nobody will say no. That's why I'm afraid of what Turkey will do, because Turkey don't want the Russians to have any power over the Black Sea. The Black to Erdogan, the Black Sea is the Turkish Sea. He's probably going to now that Trump renamed the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America. I bet that Erdogan is going to rename the Black Sea the Turkish Sea.
yeah. Well, so you don't think Putin has any respect for Trump at all?
No, he thinks Putin thinks Trump is an idiot, and
What
that
do
he
you think
can.
you thought of Biden?
Yeah, yeah. There's the thing. Now he thinks that he can get Trump to do what he wants if he can convince Trump that he's spending a lot of money, and that the best way to stop him is to give him what he wants. Legends
His
of the
last
Hawkman.
frontier. Oh my goodness.
This was a fun miniseries. This is Carter, but he has all of the Thanagarian equipment.
What time period is this? I can't tell.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's the point. It's not. You're not supposed to tell. There's no time period.
No, I
It's
meant
hot.
what year? I don't mean that. I mean what time period did this comic come out?
Well, it could exist in the Batman animated series
Can you hear me?
chronology.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up there?
Why is Europe suddenly our responsibility now?
It's not. Well, here's the thing. NATO exists because America doesn't want Europe to have weapons. Remember the Marshall Plan? The Marshall Plan was designed so that to extend the Monroe Doctrine across the Atlantic. The first thing to do is take Europe out of Africa. But America then forgot that in order to keep Africa, they had to stay there. That's why the Russians took Africa during the Cold War.
You know why the Ukrainian war started, don't you?
No, it started in 1998 when Russia started developing plans to invade all of the former Soviet republics. Hawkman number 3.
Yeah, well,
Listen, did you see the interview that Konstantin Kisin had with his father? His father explained because he was a deputy minister for Boris Yeltsin. Draw up the plans to invade the former Soviet republics. The Ukraine is the most difficult one to capture. The idea would be that if you capture the Ukraine, all of the others fall.
well,
Green Lantern, 1001 Emerald Knights.
1992, the United States promised that they wouldn't expand NATO into Ukraine.
That's not how NATO expands. The NATO doesn't expand, actually. NATO is designed not.
American century.
No, that's not how NATO works. And NATO
American century.
No. That's not how NATO works. NATO does not expand. You ask to join NATO, and every other member state has to agree to let you in.
Well, that means they
No, no,
expanded.
no
They did
country.
promise not to
No,
let Ukraine
no,
would
no.
be neutral. That's
The,
like
you,
that's like Russia putting a military base of missiles in Mexico. Would we
they did it.
stand for it? No.
They did in Cuba.
Yeah, and what happened with that? They got them
You
out.
lost. No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did get them out. They get them out. They made a deal. The United States took their missiles out of what? Europe?
No, they
Nukes
didn't.
out of Europe or nukes out of, I forget what country.
No, they
But
didn't.
but then they turned around and they took them out of Cuba. It was a deal.
They didn't.
Yep. So you're telling
They
me there's
didn't.
still nukes in Cuba?
Yes, the Russians forgot to take them out when the Soviet Union fell, but they're still there. They just don't work.
Where do you get this info?
There never was. Did you ever see any boats leaving Cuba after the missile crisis? They didn't. There were no boats.
Because the missiles never went there. They got
They were.
stopped before they went into Cuba. They were making the missile sites.
Yes, and they're they're just not activated. They don't work. But Germany still has American nuclear missiles on.
Well, it's fascinating how things are perceived, and So you think that the way you're perceiving things is pretty much how all Europe's perceiving Trump and everything?
Yes. No,
Okay.
they actually don't understand the details, but it doesn't matter. NATO does not expand. If
What
Luxembourg
do you mean
says
they
that
don't
one country
expand?
doesn't get in,
What do you mean
one
they
country,
don't expand? They do expand. Other
no, they don't.
countries want to
No,
join
no,
NATO.
no,
Okay. Well,
no,
you're
no.
That's
Other
saying
why
so.
Ukraine
no,
wants
Hold
to
on.
no,
join NATO. They
no.
promised them they would.
Stop. Let me explain, and you will not interrupt, please. Countries ask to join NATO. Then every other country agrees to let you join.
I am well
But
aware of that.
if one country in NATO, and there are 41, if one country in NATO says that you don't join, you don't join. But it's the country that asks to join. No country has ever been invited to join NATO. That has never existed.
But they still expand once they all vote.
But that's not an expansion.
Okay, but
It's
it grows
Plain
it's
larger,
semantics.
so therefore it expands.
no, it's no, it's it's
Are
growth,
you a
but it's not
lawyer?
expansion.
It's still a growth.
It's growth, but it's
If
not
you've got
expansion.
a fraternity and every new person has to be voted by everyone in,
Yeah.
and everyone says yes, well then you've expanded by one member. That's how you expand. You all have to vote, but then if everyone votes, Canada becomes a state. Well, we've expanded. I mean, it's what he said. I I just what I think Trump is great, and when they allow us to hear what Putin's saying, the translators, he sounds perfectly sane to me as well. I hate to say it, uh,
No one
and a
in
lot.
Europe, no one in Europe agrees.
Well, but I see in Europe
Russians
there's a
cannot.
lot of insanity. I see a
No,
guy married to his
if
father in
you if you
France.
watch if you watch if you subscribe to V, you can watch him because one thing that V keeps saying is Russia has broken every agreement that they've ever entered into.
Okay, but
No country in Europe trusts Russia,
okay,
and that goes back to the to even the 17th century.
okay. So Russians are born bad. It's just a genetic thing. Is that what you're saying?
Russians
They're
are
like
not interested.
Klingons.
The Russian the Russian culture is not interested in working with their neighbors.
So so the Russians are like Klingons.
That's not how it works. Culture there are cultures, and cultures have way of thinking, have a state of mind. The state of mind
Wasn't
in Russia is that the other countries are not to be respected by them.
Okay.
Wasn't the
So
I don't know very much about politics, but during World War II, when Russia helped liberate. Well, when Russia came into Germany, Didn't a lot of those Russian soldiers rape and pillage and
Yeah, almost every woman in Germany was barred, unfortunately. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That is true. But I wouldn't say that that's all Russian. I mean, the people I've met from Russia have been really nice people. I
yeah,
don't know that they were born evil. Um, I don't know, and I don't know how much. I don't know what to believe. About. Um,
Among all Slavic immigrants in Portugal, Russians are the ones most likely to engage in organized crime.
well, okay, well, I don't know, man. I just know that it looks like things are getting better. I don't know why Europe. Well, I guess I know why Europe doesn't think it's getting better because a lot of them have been taking advantage of the United States for a long time, and now it's
Yeah, but the United
stopping, and it's like, oh shit.
whenever we wanted to have more weapons, the United States did not allow us.
So, so what weapons were you wanting
Well,
there in
pretty much
Portugal?
you gave up your
Nukes.
sovereignty, right? You
No,
became vassal states of the United States. That's what
yeah,
you're saying.
yeah. Militarily,
You
yes,
have a bunch of vassal states.
yes. Militarily, yes. Economically, no, because we are very bureaucratic, so it's not possible for you to dominate Europe economically. But militarily, yes.
Well, let's
Germany, for
see.
example, Germany is not allowed
So in your
to
mind,
have.
you think Trump is just abandoning Europe then? Saying
Well, I
that's
think
giving a big FU to Europe. I'm not
here's
saying
the
you're
thing.
wrong.
No, yes, but here's the thing. We need that shock. We need that shock. The problem is that whenever we have weapons, we go to war with each other.
Yeah.
Especially if Germany's big.
Well, I think Germany's been pretty neutered.
Yeah, exactly. But if Europe is to protect itself without without any American intervention, then Germany needs to have weapons.
Why don't you all just become states with the United States and just stop this nonsense?
Yeah, but
You could be the 51st state, Portugal. It's
yeah, but
perfectly okay with me.
we still want free healthcare.
Yeah, okay.
And the state's official language would remain Portuguese, not English. Not that we don't speak
Well,
English,
maybe
but
you guys need to grow up and speak English. Come on. Did you the free healthcare? You could pay a little bit for it. Or actually, maybe if we could
we
cut.
already do. Do you know? Do you know how much? If
I'm
independent
trying to
workers,
be funny. I'm
yeah,
not.
but we pay 25%. We pay 25%. Independent contractors pay 25% Social Security in order to get free health care and a retirement pension. And
Do you, do
if we, yeah,
you understand that the United States is falling apart? It's
I
been
don't
falling
think it.
apart for the last 30 years
I
because of
disagree completely.
what?
I disagree completely. I think you guys are very
It
stable.
has been falling apart.
Okay, well, you need to come see these big cities that are falling in on themselves. People pissing on the streets. People with their heads down by their ankles on fentanyl.
Our borders have been thrown open.
Oh, not compared to ours.
They've been planning this for years.
Yeah, but you
It
guys
has nothing to do
also
with U.S.
intentionally threw
sovereignty.
them
It's something to
open.
do with creating a world government.
Um,
Yeah, but America would be in charge of the world government.
No, we
Isn't that
wouldn't be
good?
in charge of the world government. The World Economic Forum would be in charge of the world government. All we would be the military arm of it. Our people would fight and die.
You mean Mexicans?
Everybody
Because
would be a lot poorer.
because the armed forces your armed forces are full of Latinos
No, no,
in
no,
the
no. There you go. You don't know.
well,
You're
you're
just,
you're getting
reading
European
into the
news sources.
propaganda there, but
That I mean,
Of course,
They're
there's Latinos. There's Latinos. There's blacks. There's whites. They're all in the
it's just
military.
it's a cross
Yeah, but
section
it's
of the
disparate.
country.
Whites are don't make up the majority of the fighting ranks. They make up the majority
No.
I don't know that that's
of
true.
officers.
Oh man, I think you might be getting a little bit of propaganda there. I don't think that's true, but then
That's
we've
coming
got
from Europe,
veterans
which
watching
is
that could
slowly
probably.
stripping away all their people's rights over there.
Stripping away. We never had them.
What? Then maybe you guys should
You know
stand
that
up and get some.
we all want to be. Most people around me want to go back to be man, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. My brain's shutting down. To absolutist monarchies. People would be happy here living under an absolutist monarchy.
Then that's fine. Go into absolute monarchy, but don't expect us to bail your ass out. That's gotta stop.
No. Wait. If we become absolutist monarchies, we go to war with you.
And you'd
Yeah, good
lose.
luck.
Then you wouldn't have to
That'd be
worry
an
about a
asshole, but
monarchy or anything else after that.
But here's the thing. The problem here is not the problem here is bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is the
become a
thing that strips.
state.
For example,
That's what we're trying to get rid of over here.
for example, did you know that I'm not allowed to drive my car if I don't have it? If I don't have a seal that says the car has been checked officially to be working.
Yeah, but you got free health care, so it's wonderful.
But we don't.
You're welcome to come
25%.
here.
Well, then
We
you
pay
just said it was
25%.
free. Well, then why
But
You're
it's
don't you
not
welcome
come
to
free.
over
come
and
here.
be a
I
state
mean,
with us where
in
you don't have to
Okay,
pay
what?
Massachusetts, you got
inspectors?
Fall River.
We pay 20. We independent contractors pay 25% Social Security. If you work for somebody else, you only pay 11.5, but the employer pays another 21.5%. But here's the thing. For example, we don't have free speech in my country. We have free speech in the Constitution, but if we have legislation that says we are supposed to respect the people holding office.
Well, it seems to me you got a lot more bigger problems in Russia over there.
No, it's still Russia. What we may need to do, no.
Well, it just seems like
People here,
Russia's been made the boogeyman for as long as I've been alive.
for
It's
longer
just
than that.
Russia. Oh, I know, longer than that. I understand that. And yet, when I meet a this lady was working where I was at, and I said, I grew up hearing you guys were the bad guys. She said, yeah, we heard the same thing about you, and we started laughing about the stuff. She said this Russian comedian went to the United States and came back and was telling stories about what it was like in the United States, and she said, you know what, the funniest thing the audience laughed so hard at about the United States culture was that he said, in America, they have supermarkets with an entire aisle devoted to pets. And they couldn't believe that they would have pet food and all this in a whole aisle because she said, we just feed them table scraps. They eat whatever we eat. And they just thought that was funny. I don't think that they're that different from us. I think people are people. What's going on is these fascist governments everywhere, and all these people are just like, we're going to spend 25 billion to study transgender butterflies,
We don't,
and,
nobody in
and
Europe.
then
Yeah, but nobody
and
in
then
Europe.
all
Nobody in
that
Europe.
money gets kicked back, and then they all have all these
Yeah,
mansions, and
yeah,
and that's what's going on. And so
yeah,
they're
yeah.
trying to
But
root
it
out all
works.
this money.
For example, my prime minister just created new legislation
Oh shit.
that will benefit his wife's construction company.
Okay.
This is normal. This is normal.
Well, what
The
I hear Putin before they stopped letting us hear what he was saying. I hear him saying, you know, the United States needs Jesus. What's happening in the United States happened in the Soviet Union decades ago, and that they're trying to do the same thing now. And he talks about all of the horrible stuff going with all, you know, all this stuff I don't even want to mention that's
You know
been
that
forced
Stalin.
on us and
You know it was
culturally.
Stalin who reopened the churches.
Yeah, but that's the thing is when the churches were, well, I don't know if he reopened the churches or not, or if that's a more recent thing. But
The there are there are speeches that Stalin would give to his soldiers, saying your ancestors are watching from on high, things that no dialectic materialist would say,
yeah, hold on a second.
because it acknowledges the existence of an afterlife.
Well, I don't know, man. I think that, well, let's just wait. Okay, it's about to be March 1st. Let's have another conversation, as the liberals like to call it, at the end of March, and see how what the world state of the world's at. Maybe we'll be uh maybe it'll be like that movie The Road, and we'll just be trying to get to the beach to die, or maybe it'll be
No, I
sorry
mean,
to ruin the movie for those of you who haven't seen it, or maybe things will be wonderful. I don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic here. I mean, I'm hearing people that love Trump, and then a few days later they're saying, "I'm afraid that Trump is the Antichrist." And I was joking. I said, "Well, he's the best Antichrist ever."
mhm. Yeah.
But we could be getting completely fooled. I don't know. I tend to think everything's going to be great, and I think that once they start clearing up all this waste of money, that it may not just be $5,000. It may be $5,000 a month for a year or more. That they can. I mean, I think it could be $60,000 a taxpayer that they give back all the money that they're squandering, and and Ukraine is just gone. There's not probably a single, well, I guess it's probably like Germany was after World War II. There are no men left. There are little boys and there are elderly people. And I think just about every man has been chewed up at this point. Uh, I don't know, man. The war just can't keep going. Spider Dragon says England and France are currently over supporting Ukraine, keeping war going. Trump wants both sides to meet, talk, and
Right, but
I always think,
there's one because Trump did one thing that he shouldn't have done, which is acknowledge Russian territorial demands. The only thing that Trump could have said is, "You go back to 2013 borders."
okay, so and would that have ended the war?
Not for the Ukraine, yes. For Russia, no.
Uh, okay, well, I think the idea is to end the war.
Yeah, but and then what happens next? These things have consequences, and you have to pay attention to the consequences. The consequences are, as I explained, Russia gains territory through conquest. It's now acceptable to gain territory through conquest. So now, even if let's take Russia out of it, any other country that has territorial demands over their neighbors will now think that it's acceptable to invade another country. And
I don't.
if the
I don't think
United
they
States
will.
cannot be any sort of guarantee for anything, even morally, because they allowed Russia to do it once, they will have to allow other
Okay,
countries to do it again.
if the election wasn't stolen in 2020, which you're not supposed to say that, but it was stolen. If Trump had been president, and let's say Trump had just left, and and had served his 8 years, do you think that Putin would have gone into the Ukraine if Trump was president? Or
Yes.
did he go in because Biden was obviously weak because of the way he pulled out of Afghanistan and left? It was ridiculous,
No,
insane.
he would have, because he already had people in the Donbass since 2012.
So you're saying that Biden would not have respected Trump and nothing would have been different. It would have all gone down exactly as it did.
Yes, because the Russia already had people in the Donbass.
Okay.
Even
I don't
even
think it would
before
have.
they invaded Crimea, they already had people in the Donbass.
So was Biden perceived as a strong leader by people in Europe? How did
No, but we
people
didn't. No, but we didn't care. We didn't think in those terms.
You didn't realize that the most powerful country in the world was being led by a deranged, criminal, insane,
Well, we've had that perception.
mentally.
We've had that perception since Reagan.
Reagan,
Every
in his last
every
days, was starting to fade, but
no
you
no.
guys perceived him that way the whole
Reagan
time,
in day
really?
one was Reagan in day one was perceived as a lunatic in Europe.
Okay, well, you guys are fucked up because that's not true. You're being led, but like we are, by lying idiots in the media.
Bush
Uh,
Senior was perceived as a war criminal.
okay, I can buy that. Bush Senior was one of the guys that killed Kennedy. He was arrested there at Dealey Plaza and let go once they called. Oh man, he's one of the thing. Yeah, but Bush Senior.
Clint,
Yeah, all those people are total trash. Absolutely, yeah.
Clinton was perceived as extremely corrupt.
Sure.
Bush
You
Jr.
realize,
was
So all these extremely corrupt people hate Trump. What does that tell you about Trump? If those are all the criminal, horrible people, and they hate
I
this
don't know.
guy,
Who do you want to live under? Al Capone or Dutch Schultz?
Trump.
Crimea and
No,
Donbass,
no.
which they
You
wanted to break away from Ukraine. You know that, right? Because I forget the words are coming to me, but they were being the Ukrainian government was killing them,
No, they weren't.
discriminating against
No, they
them,
weren't. No, they
oppressing
weren't.
them.
No, but there was never any loss of population in the Ukraine in the last 30 years.
The people in Crimea and Donbass, they didn't want to be part of Ukraine because they're ethnically Russian. They
Yes,
voted to join. They voted to secede from Ukraine.
they they
Then
voted
when
to
they did,
secede
when they succeeded,
after the Russian invasion, not before. After the Russian invasion, they set up a vote, and the vote said that they wanted to secede. But if you get invaded, and the invader asks if you want to live with the invader, what do you say? How much? How much in the Donbass does not have a majority of Russians. They have a significant percentage of Russians, but they're not the majority. In the Crimea, they're not Russians. They're Crimean Tatars. They're actually mostly Turkish. They just speak Russian, but they're not ethnically Russian. It's like saying that the man, I forgot the names of all of these guys now. The Chechen. It's like saying that the Chechens are Russian, but the Crimean Tatars are not Russian. They just speak Russian.
You just need to call them foreigners. Just call them all foreigners.
No, you guys are not used to thinking in these terms because you only have one ethnic group in America,
What's
which
what do
is
you mean we
American.
have one ethnic group? We're a
Yeah,
melting pot. We're
yes,
not. We don't have one ethnic group in the United
one
States.
ethnic
yes, you
group?
do. It's called American.
Okay. So, well,
Yeah,
that's
my great
because
grandparents
okay.
came from Ireland,
Yes, but you're not Irish. You're American.
of course, but my ethnicity is Ireland. I am an American.
If you go back to Ireland, you're an American. No, none of them will think you're Irish.
Okay.
Of course they won't. I have Irish descent.
Yes, but you're American. Your culture is
I know I'm
American,
an American.
and your ethnicity and culture are synonyms.
So does that make us bad, or what does that make us?
No, it's just what it is.
It's a
Your
country made up of. It's the only place where you can go and become. Because I can't go to Japan and become Japanese. I
right,
can't go to Portugal and
right.
become Portuguese. But anyone can come here legally and become
Yes,
American. So
yes.
that's the whole point
By
of the whole experiment.
exactly by adopting American culture, you become ethnically American.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not really. All I know is that the peace is better than war.
Yes, but there are objectives in war. War does not exist for itself. There are objectives.
Sometimes it exists just to make money. Sometimes sometimes it's artificially ginned up, like the Spanish American War, like the Vietnam War.
You
Sometimes
guys should build
there
up
are
your own
attacks that
military.
happen. Like Roosevelt knew the Japanese were coming. He knew what was going to happen in
But
Pearl
yeah,
Harbor. He could have
but the
warned all
Japanese.
those 3,000 sailors could have lived,
Mhm.
but he had to get the American public angry enough to want to go in.
Well, that depends on how far the Japanese would have gone if America had not joined then, because the Japan was expanding. They had already stolen vast territories from China, which was the puppet Republic of Manchukuo. They had taken Taiwan. They were trying to make inroads into the Philippines, which were an American colony. So if they hadn't attacked Hawaii, they probably would have attacked the Philippines, and you guys would be in the war in the same way.
Wonder Woman game was canceled. I don't even know what that is. That we have
No, we
every
were
group
having
here.
we
There's
were
dude.
having
There's
war.
someone's calling you crazy.
No, that you don't have every group. You are one. Everyone who was outside the group is now in the group. You're not, and none of you belong to the group that your ancestors came from.
Uh, well, I'm embarrassed about American culture. Honestly, if I mean, I liked American culture several decades. More than several decades back. America is great because we are everyone. I'm embarrassed about Taylor Swift. I'm embarrassed about a lot of things. Gangster rap, War of 1812.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's the result of the Grand American Experiment. It creates mutations in the concept of culture. The United States were the first society that commodified culture. Culture is something that is shared organically among its adherents. So when you have ethnic groups share that culture, but they share it between themselves. Because America is the only true modern nation, which was created alongside the Industrial Revolution. The American culture evolved alongside progressing technology that allows culture to spread in different forms. So by turning culture into a product, you may end up with results that you don't like, which is how you end up with Taylor Swift.
Well, I just want to see. I just like to see people not being killed by the millions. That's all.
Yes, but
And
here's the thing. That's not the way you handle wars. That you right now you sound like my mom. And my mom said, "Why can't people just get along?" Well,
well, I
we have
think
to be
that.
realistic. We have to be realistic about the situations. Now,
Okay, here's
the
here's the deal. You get a substitute teacher in a classroom and the class goes nuts. The kids can do whatever they want. You get a firm teacher in there and everyone's quiet. You get
right,
someone like Trump in and people, let's say people perceive him as crazy. They don't know what he'll do and they're good. And at least for those 4 years, everyone, and maybe when he's gone, if someone doesn't come in that's strong after him, then
right,
then things go nuts again.
yes,
For the
but
last
that's
4 years, we've had a substitute teacher in
mhm.
who's insane, and all of this has happened. And an entire country almost, has
Yeah,
how many
but it's
millions
not the
have
last
died?
4 years. This has been going on for 30 years, not 4. And the end result is this one. And you can't just arrive and think that you're making a deal, because then the deal has consequences, and those will spread out over 10, 20, 30 years.
Okay.
So
Well,
that's the main problem with modern politics, because politicians are only concerned with the next election, and the next election is usually in 4 or 5 years, depending on the country. So you don't think beyond those 4 or 5 years, and then things happen, and you act surprised. I did not foresee this. Well, no, of course you didn't. You're not thinking about it, but it's only when you study the event and you look back and you see that it has to do with things that happened 10, 20, 30 years ago.
well, all I see is really horrible, evil people against Trump. The people I see against Trump that really all seem like lunatics. They
Mhm.
seem like dangerous
Yes.
psychopaths, and and then I hear Trump talk, and it's very comforting. It sounds like someone's sane. I know that sounds crazy to most people. And I actually hear that when I hear Putin speak. So I think, oh man, it's like two adults could maybe meet. And I really think this.
No, Putin speaks like a psychopath. You can't you
Doesn't
know that.
sound like a psychopath to
Oh
me.
no, he does sound like a psychopath. He talks
Okay.
like a psychopath. He does not talk like a normal person, and he does not put terms in a way that a normal person would understand.
Well, we'll see what happens. Let's see
Here's the
how
thing,
things
Putin.
are in 1 month. I know
Yeah.
that when Reagan came in, all of a sudden, all these hostages from Iran were released
Mhm.
instantly, and I'm seeing a lot of hostages come back. Unfortunately, some in boxes, but they're at least letting the bodies
Yeah.
and the people come back from. Uh, and I see,
It was during the Reagan administration that you created the that started the the Iranian invasion by Iraq, but the U.S. supporting Iraq, and that created the situation 10 years down the line in that Iraq started the Gulf War.
well,
Now there, I
Iraq
don't think there
started
was.
the Gulf War.
No, yes, but Iraq started the Gulf War with weaponry that was given to Saddam by the United States in order to invade Iran.
My memory is 9/11 happened, and they said it was people from a certain country. At least that's
Yeah,
what they claimed. But
yeah, it
there's
was
other
Saudi Arabia,
theories.
but
And
it
then
was Saudi
so
Arabia, but that's
it's like if someone comes up and slugs you in a bar, and you turn around and slug someone else and start a
yeah.
fight with that guy. It's like, well, okay, well, but that wasn't the guy that slugged you. Well, but yeah, we need to take out this country because they've got this,
Mhm.
lithium, oil, whatever. It's just that was. Then you wonder, okay, what even really happened? Which we shouldn't talk about, but I've just
And
seen
then
bullshit my
yeah,
entire
and then you go
life.
back to the 1970s, and you have the CIA messing around with the Iranian Shah when they shouldn't have.
Yeah, well,
Because
yeah,
if the
yeah. That
CIA
wasn't
hadn't messed with
Reagan. That was Carter. That wasn't Reagan, and that wasn't Trump.
it,
It's like,
the
yeah,
Shah started losing favor. The Shah started losing favor in Iran around 75.
we know who
So it
the
was still Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford. Yeah, Gerald Ford was horrible too. He was part of the Warren
Yeah,
Commission. Yeah,
yeah.
he
But
was
this was the
horrible.
CIA. This was the CIA. The CIA
Man.
was.
So, how about that Hawk Girl? Why is she more important than Hawkman now? What's going on with DC Comics, man? Why is she
Girl,
more important than Hawkman?
girl power smashed the Thanagarian patriarchy.
Yeah, but seriously, she's a sidekick. Why is she in the Superman movie and not Hawkman?
You need to have a balance. So it's three men for every one woman for three men in every group.
Okay.
And the JLA traditionally has not had many women, not compared to the Avengers.
Yeah, but why not have her and Hawkman? Then you still got a girl.
Because then you have two characters who do the same thing.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to only have Hawk Girl. She's the sidekick. That makes as much sense as having a Captain America movie without Captain America in it. No one cares about a Captain America movie that he's not in. And no
Exactly.
normal person wants to see a red Hulk. It's like, wait, the Hulk is green. Nobody knows about the Red Hulk. Just a bunch
Right.
of stupid idiots that buy comic books. I mean, I've never read a Red Hulk. What kind of an idiot
Yeah.
wants to see a Red Hulk?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm
If you
sorry.
introduce
I
the
forgive you. I mean, you forgive me. Not I forgive you. I should forgive you for buying Red Hulk comics. What the hell's wrong with you in the chat? That
but yeah,
makes no sense.
it's the we understand the gimmicky nature of comics. When you try to translate the gimmicky nature of comics into mainstream entertainment, it doesn't work.
Oh no, it could be translated completely, perfectly well, and if it's done right, because it's been done right. I mean, by the Avengers, well, at least the first Avengers movie, you put all these heroes together. Some of them done better than others, but it works. It works. And Alex Ross proves that you could do comic book accurate costumes on real people, and it would look spectacular if you just have the balls to do it. Uh, you can do comic book accurate stuff, and yeah, I think people would buy into it. I mean, uh, we'll see how crypto goes over. I bet the public's gonna love crypto, not the stupid fake money. I'm talking about the dog and Superman.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well,
when you actually
crypt.
do it the way, if you had a Superman lifting a giant key to open the Fortress of Solitude, I
That'll be
I
fun.
think that's cool to me. And I think modern audiences would respond to that just on a gut level, almost like because it's modern mythology, and it's like, yeah, I somehow maybe even just genetic memory, remembering their dads reading those comics or their
Yeah.
granddads.
Crypto appeared in the animated series, both in the 60s and the 90s.
Oh yeah, well, nobody remembers the '60s. I do, the filmation ones.
Yeah.
Um, in the '90s, what do you mean in the '90s?
The
The
Superman
the
animated
one
series,
that's
though.
spun off from Batman the Animated
Yeah,
Series.
yeah,
They had him in there.
yeah. I think
Not
Crypto appeared.
often,
Yeah,
did they?
I think Crypto appeared. Not in many episodes, but I think it did because
I mean, I think
they
so.
try
Yeah.
they try to bring back a lot of some Silver Age stuff in there, and I think there was Crypto. But man, I've seen more I've seen more Batman in reruns than Superman's. It's getting hard to remember.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy was always a problem. What was the guy that really did it though? When he left right before Return of the Jedi. What was that guy's name? Gary Kurtz, I think it was. I think people realize that he was the real guy that made those movies. Trump is not a politician. That's true. Florida's about to end property taxes. America is healing. Yeah, as long as there are you have property taxes in Portugal?
Of course, every country in Europe has property taxes.
It's ridiculous. It's slavery. You never own
We
your
have
property.
property taxes. We pay taxes in order to be allowed to drive our car. Then we pay taxes in order to be allowed to park our car. Then we have to pay a hidden tax in that our car needs to be approved for driving after 5 years.
Well, they
For
did
the
that in Texas. They don't do that here. But
Mhm.
okay, so do you think these things are good?
Of course not. Do you? I checked. You guys have like 25% of income goes toward the your budget as taxation. Of the 25% of the American GNP, I think, goes towards the whole of the country's budget. Here it's 41%.
Yeah, well,
Imagine, yeah, think about it this way. Uh, it's June 4th, and until June and before June 4th, you were working for the state for free.
yeah, well, um, yeah, well, I just I don't think property tax. You never really own your home with property tax. I just think that if the IRS goes away and property tax goes away, there's not going to be a lot of arguing against Trump anywhere in the world, because I think we were talking about this before. Every country is going to realize, oh, we don't have to be slaves.
No, we're not. None of us are going to realize that.
Okay, well, it's possible. You can always be a dreamer. Were the Jane comics from the 30s ever released in a book? Says Deadite. Just watched Jane and the Lost City, and it made me wonder. I don't know. Meyer, you're being mean. The more you
Well,
talk, the more I understand why my
well,
grandmother
yeah.
came to America.
Well, yeah.
Have you ever thought about immigrating, Paulo? Have you ever
Uh,
thought
I'm
about coming over?
I'm too old.
You're not too old. You're what, about 34?
45.
Same
I'm
thing.
right now I'm unemployable in my country.
You're employable here, man.
No, I'm unemployable. No, I'm not unemployable there. I don't have
You're
any,
employable here.
but I don't have I don't have any work experience in your country. Also, I don't feel like adapting to a new tax code.
You could teach. You could teach. You could.
I
Man,
can
there's
teach.
a lot of jobs coming available because a lot of people are self-deporting. Uh, I just someone was telling me someone I don't know he's not on here right now, but he told me in the middle of the night he was awakened by clanging and banging,
Mm.
and he looked out the window at 3 in the morning, and two of his neighbors were packing up and moving back to their home country because they're getting out. Because I guess if you get deported, what happens to your house full of stuff? I guess is it confiscated? They don't
Uh,
pack it up for you and send it back. What do they do with it?
well, they can still hire a U-Haul.
Question.
They just don't return the U-Haul. They leave it in Mexico.
Yeah, that Deadites got a point. Why don't we just rename Earth to America and move on? And you could
So
just
you
be a
do want to be
state.
responsible for the whole of the world.
There's always Panda Express. You know what Panda Express is? You probably don't even know what that is. It's a fast food Chinese
Yeah,
restaurant.
I know. I've heard of it. Yeah.
I just didn't know if you'd ever heard of it there, but
No, no. Panda Express usually appears as the butt of jokes, right?
I guess, but it's not terrible food. But
Mhm.
it's not Taco
Uh,
Bell.
yeah, the thing is, when Europeans move to America, because we are inherently bureaucratic, we are aware that we have to go through hoops to move there. None of us think about just moving there and start mowing lawns because that's
Uh,
not even how we operate. We
well,
got a bunch of we had a bunch of people from Bangladesh who, not knowing how to work, they all started working for Uber Eats.
okay, you could probably make good money with that.
But no, you can't. You have to pay 60% to of what you make to Uber Eats.
Okay, well, but you get tips, and tips aren't going to be taxed
Oh yeah,
anymore.
oh yeah, that's right. In America, you get tips. Here we don't.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah,
un-American.
yeah.
I'm just kidding. Uh, I don't
But
know, man.
people who work in restaurants don't expect a tip.
What's going on up there? What is going on? Are we in your? Where are we at? Gotham City? Is that your base? What is that? Your garage?
Is that a
Yeah, we're in the
Charger?
garage.
Is that a Dodge Charger?
What? Your garage has a mural painted in it? We've never seen Kevin's garage before.
No, it's not me.
Oh, you're showing the TV set. I was thinking
Ah,
that garage is huge.
ah,
Okay, he's tricky, isn't he?
You are telling lies. You are tricking us.
He was
I
being
was
tricky.
watching.
Last Frontier says, "Good night, everyone. I love talking to you, Paulo, even though we disagree." Yeah,
Hey man,
nobody's
I don't
enemies
have
here. He's
I
not
don't
mad
have a
at you.
problem with that. I mean, I don't I'm not here to hold grudges against it. I think we can have an interesting discussion with with different viewpoints and get along.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah,
I just want you to love Trump. I want to
I
spread the message of
no look.
Trump.
I'm very much in favor that people here would be. I wish people would agree with me that it's a good idea to dismantle the state apparatus. Uh,
But if he can
but
do it here, then it will. it will inspire, like when our
Yeah,
country was formed, it inspired a lot of other countries,
yeah.
correct?
No,
That's the way we're taught in history class, is the United States inspired other countries, or at
mhm.
least gave them ideas about freedom. That's not true the way you see things.
No. You have to go back to making action movies where you blow up your enemies. Then we will think you're awesome again.
Oh yeah. Well, no, all our movies are real pussy now.
Yeah, we need more Rambo.
Yeah, we love Rambo.
Well,
We-
I think it's possible. I think so. Who is this mask maker? This is good stuff here.
Let me see if they turn this thing on.
Meyer says, I have been enjoying this, but yes, I think you should love Trump and move here illegally.
no,
Like my
my
grandfather, Manuel, how's it
Ray,
pronounced? Reese? Race?
Rays.
How's it?
Yeah.
Race. Okay.
Mm. No, I don't think that the solution to bad people holding office is to replace them with good people holding office. The solution is to eliminate the need for office.
Damn, look at
That's
that
a good
thing.
point.
That's
Oh, that's
gigantic,
great.
huh?
It's a very good point.
That's all you need in the Ukraine war right there, man. Just ship that thing over.
Oh, the is that a, how is that operated?
All you need to do is project that up in the clouds.
It's going to scare the shit out of everybody.
It's like, in the war now, motherfuckers.
It's operated by air compressor.
See? You guys need to
That's
respect the
funny.
United States. Look at the shit we create.
Yeah.
Damn, man. It's pretty good.
That's awesome. How many motors does that thing have?
That I don't know.
Man, that's a great piece of engineering.
Yeah, that would really attract a lot of attention to a car dealership if you put that out
Yeah,
in front.
even if you remove the mask, I'd love to see the all the gears shifting. Yeah, and all the
Yeah, but do
levers
the
pulled.
eyes blink? If they could make the eyes blink, that would be perfect.
I think they
He was
blinked, didn't
blinking.
they?
Oh, they
Yeah, they
were?
were blinking.
Oh man, this guy's got it. It must be cold where this guy's at. I can tell that.
This is St. Louis. This is where your package is stuck, and
Oh yeah.
this guy's garage.
Well, this is good, man. How do we get this guy on the show? We can talk about geopolitics with him.
Hmm.
You can. He likes Trump. You can talk to Larry about Trump.
I think the war will be over, and I don't think it's going to cause a lot of other wars to start. I
Mm.
that's my, but I admit I could be wrong. You know, there were people that thought they were right, like what Charles Lindbergh. Oh, I think this Hitler's a pretty good guy. Well, he was proven wrong,
Mm.
but that was kind of embarrassing. What other
Yeah.
Americans were really behind Hitler during the 30s? Lindbergh.
Uh, Prescott Bush.
Well, he's a bad guy. Well, Henry Ford.
Yeah.
Hitler had a picture of Henry Ford behind his desk.
Mm.
And you know what Hitler's favorite movie was King Kong.
No.
That's true.
Oh boy, how could you
Yeah.
not love that movie? Even if you're a horrible, psychopathic, murdering killer leader, everyone loves King Kong.
Yeah.
Lindbergh was an America First guy.
Then why did he fly to Paris?
I don't know.
Do any of you
Uh,
guys do any of you guys have any knowledge about baseball cards at all?
No.
I would say no, but what do you got?
I don't know if this is worth anything, but this was something that was found in my
Who's the
in-laws'
player?
house.
Okay, who's the player?
Mickey Mantle.
All
Well,
right.
I think there's a possibility there is, but I'm not an expert on
Yeah.
whether it's real or not.
It's dated 1961.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get my glasses.
Yeah, we don't even do that thing collecting cards here. Sticker collections were all the rage with school kids in the 80s and 90s. But then they in the mid 90s they faded off. I made a few with cards.
What year did you
You know what?
graduate high school, Paula?
Never
Uh,
mind. It's also dated 1987. So screw
Oh.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
but
Well, yeah, I would say obviously no, but it could have a little bit of value even as a reprint. I don't know. What do I know?
yeah, yeah. I
I
don't know
was
either.
my
But
first instinct that was just too good that it that it had to be a reprint. That was my first
yeah,
instinct because it's like what.
I just now came across it, and I'd forgotten that I had it. And I was looking at the date on it. It said 1961, but I didn't see way down in the corner. It said 1987. So
Yeah, I don't know. That's something you'd have to look up on eBay. Completed
yeah,
sales.
yeah. I'm gonna have to look this up. But I didn't know if any of you guys had any knowledge about
Well,
baseball
Vaughn
cards.
says that's a Kmart card. Vaughn
I have
sounds
no,
familiar. Was Vaughn on before?
I have
That
no
name sounds
idea.
familiar.
Where does it say Kmart on here?
I don't know.
I don't
My
see it saying
first
Kmart.
instinct whenever I see a new name is just to ban them. But but he seems like he's okay. I don't know, man. I don't trust anybody in the chat. I immediately want to ban and delete their comments if I don't recognize them.
Yeah,
Vaughn, what part of the U.S. are you in? Show the backside. Oh, he sounds like he has some knowledge. Yeah, we'll show the backside of that card. Now let's see how he would know that it's a Kmart card. He says show
it
the
does have.
backside. Then he says of the card. He was afraid you were going to show your backside. I think so. He had to specify of the card. uh, hell if I know, but it sounds like he has some knowledge.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's way too new looking to be. He says Kmart card. Oh, okay, cool. Well, Kmart's such a cool place that I'd say that gives it at least a few extra dollars of value. Vaughn, what is
well,
a Kmart card worth? I'm
Kmart's no
curious.
longer in existence anymore,
Yeah, I
so it
know.
might be actually worth
I have
something.
uh, doubtful, but I'm just trying to be funny because I love Kmart. I mean, Kmart was a shitty store, but I'm nostalgic for it now compared to Walmart and the places that exist now, Dollar General. Kmart was a paradise. I just didn't appreciate it then.
Isn't
when I
that
started
funny?
get when I got into American Auto Racing, Kmart were sponsoring Mario Andretti.
Really?
Wow, really
Yeah,
Oh,
the team was
interesting.
owned by and the team was owned by Paul Newman. Really, Paul Newman.
Wow.
Paul Newman was a highly respected person in American auto racing.
Kmart in '87 is a cool place still. Yeah, I guess it was. You don't appreciate things until they're gone, do you?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
a perfect
unfortunately,
2010
example.
was the
Kmart suffered from Tom Cruise saying Kmart sucks in that movie Rain Man.
I don't know if that was the reason. I don't remember him saying that. I believe you though.
Yeah,
Myers says some of them had little diners inside. Yeah, and you could smoke and drink coffee inside.
yeah, I remember those. So that was actually kind of cool. Kmart actually had quite a few things that were pretty good in there. It's kind of like how everybody used to make fun of Radio Shack, and now you can't find any Radio Shacks anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
remember when you
And
could smoke in the hospital?
a lot of people get really nostalgic for Radio Shack now.
Radio Shack always annoyed me. They were everywhere where I used to live because they started in Fort Worth. But what I
Yeah.
hated about them is they would always want your address every time you went in to
Oh, when
buy
you had
something.
any kind of transaction, they wanted your address. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
it was
that.
just like, just give me the thing and here's the money. Vaughn says those cards are worthless, were worthless back in the day, but collector's items have a weird way of coming back. Yeah, you hold on to it because it's like Whitman Comics. They said, just throw them away, man. They're
Yeah.
worthless reprints.
Well, I'm sure they'll be worth something someday, and maybe my kids or my grandkids might get something out of it. But
Yeah,
No,
$15
yeah.
maybe in 80 years. But who knows?
It's
Remember
only it's
Strawberry
only
Records?
it's
Explain
only worth
Strawberry Records.
it's only worth what someone's willing to pay for it.
Yeah, which is nothing. I don't know.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, you might be able, if you fool someone into thinking it's a real, that wouldn't be very ethical, but something like that could be done. Oh, oh, was a record chain? No, I don't remember that. That must have been up in the East Coast, John.
What was a record chain?
Strawberry Records. I've never heard of that. There
Yeah,
used to be a place called Record Bar. There
yeah.
used to be a place called
We had a record bar over here.
shoot Music Land. Did you have Music
Yeah,
Land?
music.
Those were
We
the
had
ones that were
music
in the
on. Yeah,
malls. And then there were ones that were not chains that were really amazing. There was one in Arlington, Texas called Fantasia Records and one called Zebra Records. But
we had one called Independent Records. That was really kind of cool.
yeah. Oh, is this from that convention you said's going on in St. Louis this weekend?
Uh-huh. Transworld. It's a Haunters convention.
So is this for
There's a
retailers?
Christmas section. This is
So
for
it's for,
either home haunts or commercial haunted houses.
okay.
But they
So
have
I
a
wonder,
Christmas section too. That's what you're seeing over this right there is a Christmas section.
is this something Spinner Rack goes to sometimes?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Uh, Oh yeah, Myers says our big ones were Warehouse Records and Tower Records. Tower Records didn't come to Dallas until
I forgot about
the
warehouse. Where the warehouse?
'90s. There was a
There was
place called
Sam Goody.
Sound Warehouse in Arlington. It was a chain, Sound Warehouse, but it
Yeah, we
wasn't
had
called
Sound
Ware.
Warehouse here in Denver.
I think that must have been a nationwide chain. And
Do you
Tower
Yeah,
remember
Records came out of
Circles?
Los Angeles.
There's a
That's where
place
I
called
first started to
Circles.
see the first Funko toys before they made pops. They had a,
did we? Did we
cool
have
toy section in Tower Records.
what were you asking, Kevin? Did we have what?
Circles. There was a place called Circles.
Never heard of
Oh, I
that.
never heard of that one.
Sorry, I was talking over you.
Sam Goody, Tower Records, Virgin
Sam Goody,
Records,
we had that
Yeah, I
back when
remember Virgin
Warehouse.
Records. I remember them.
Virgin was good. Yeah, there was a Virgin. It had a lot of cool, weird stuff in it. It went away.
I think that was might have been one of the last ones around that was still open. I
Yeah.
think up until maybe 10 or 15 years ago, it was still open.
Whoa,
Was that the dog?
That's your
whoa,
dog, right?
That's true. That's true. Now.
whoa.
Oh, look at that's pretty cool.
Let's see the good stuff because there's usually one good item per year.
My wife says, "OMG, I am."
That was it. There'll be better stuff this weekend. I think it just opened today.
Okay.
Comic
OMG,
shops
I'm
must
falling
pay.
asleep.
Coming after comic shops now.
Say that again. You broke up.
Comic book shops must pay. Bankrupt Diamond Comics is shaking down comic shops.
What? How?
What?
So they're actually comic shops owe Diamond like 22 million.
Oh my
How does
gosh.
how does that work?
Um, well, they have some shops, not me, because I pay COD, cash on delivery, every week. For 14 years, every week, I've never missed a payment. But there's other shops that have maybe up to 90 days where they don't have to pay.
Okay,
And
but that's not unusual in commerce.
it's really unusual because They don't report to credit scores either. Diamond doesn't because they can't. If they did, everybody would have bad credit scores in the comic business.
Well, with bankruptcy, the thing is they tell you to list all the people who owe you money or who you owe money
Right.
to,
Right.
and then you potentially, if someone was to come forward and say, okay, Diamond owes me money, then their creditors could charge you for a specified amount to pay off Diamond's debt, which is weird, but yeah.
And they'll sell the debt. They can sell the debt to creditors that will call you every day to try to get it.
Yeah, yeah. Harass you, basically.
Well, Diamond's pretty much gone, so yeah, that sounds like a last gasp thing, and that's not going to make them any friends.
Well, they were really they've been too nice to everybody for a long time, not making them pay.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, don't you think it's partly because of half the comic stores in the United States going out of business? Didn't that hurt them? Isn't that partly it?
I think most shops that stayed open are made more in those couple years during the lockdown.
Okay.
So
Well,
everybody got paid to stay at home, and then they had extra money. They didn't have to pay rent. They got free money. They got welfare, all kinds of benefits, and
yeah.
they didn't have to pay it back. And everybody bought comics with that money.
I figured people were sinking that money into old comics that they slabbed, but maybe they were buying new comics if they were really stupid, which is
Yeah,
possible.
Yeah.
they were buying a lot of new comics. Yeah.
So, how many shops do you think are working on credit with Diamond?
I'd say I heard one time that I was the only shop in my state that didn't owe them any money.
In the States.
I mean,
How
Wow.
many do you think are in Arizona?
We have like 15 shops like within like a 20-mile radius.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
given the size of most businesses, I wouldn't expect a 90-day credit line, but 30 days I think would be normal. But
Some people have like $2,000 to $4,000 bills per week.
Jeez.
okay,
I
So,
can't even
so you add
imagine.
that up. So you add it up to 90 days. That's
That's a
about
lot of money.
$50,000. Some shops could be owing $50,000 to
Yeah,
Diamond.
I've heard that. I've heard people owing that much, yeah, or more.
but if they
Yeah.
sell a lot of the comics they buy, then they could. I guess the idea is they could pay it back because
Or you
you're
stop
paying
buying new
half of
comics
what the
and then you can
stuff
pay it back quicker.
retails. What?
Yeah, new comics don't make any money though. That's the problem.
Okay.
You use new comics to bring people in every week, and then you sell them on old comics.
Really? Is that how it works?
Yeah,
Okay.
but now people don't leave their house though, so it's not
Yeah,
really worth to buy new comics.
they just click buttons on mycomicshop.com. And see, to me, that gives people no interesting stories to tell when they do these show and tell shows on YouTube because you didn't hunt for that. You didn't sweat and look for it for 10 years. You just went on mycomicshop.com and clicked the button, and this thing showed up
Oh,
a
look at
few
this
days
one. This is
later.
great. Look at
What'd
this
you say?
creature shop.
Yeah, well, sorry, I shook Gary. Um,
What am I looking at?
it's like a creature from the Black Lagoon kind of thing.
Oh, cool. Oh, wow. That's gigantic.
Well, that would be interesting if the thing was really that big in a movie.
You know, it reminds me of Distortions Unlimited. Here in Colorado, there's a company called Distortions,
Yeah, they're in that
and
trans world right now.
yeah, they make all kinds of animatronic things like that. I
They're
think
here right now.
I want to say they're not in Fort Collins. We're at Greeley, I think. They're in Greeley. But yeah, they're supposedly a really big company out here in Colorado.
I like the original design better, but I
Yeah,
mean
but this still is cool looking. I
yeah,
think.
of course it's cool, but I'm just purists.
Yeah, but yeah, this is not supposed to look like him.
Well, it's supposed to look as much like him as they can without violating copyright. Yeah.
Well, that company could make it if they wanted to. They don't make enough of them. They're like made to order. This kind of
Oh, I
stuff.
see.
Wow. Yeah, I think Distortions supplies a lot of the Spirit Halloween stores. I think I couldn't say for sure.
You think the president of France is married to his own father?
No.
Do you think that thing is a woman or a man?
She's a woman. She's pretty ugly, but she's a woman. She doesn't have an Adam's apple.
Oh, okay. Just had to ask because I'm hearing different things.
Yeah, I've seen some people say. I think Patrick Bet David even said it that Macron's wife transitioned in 1981, but that was not legally possible in France at the time.
A lot of people said that kind of shit about, excuse me, stuff about Michelle Obama.
Yeah, because that's probably true, though. I
Um,
mean, look at
well,
that thing.
yeah. What was it? I'm trying to remember her name. There was an actress. There was an actress who was being interviewed. I want to say, oh shit, what was her name? Blonde. She was in Spaceballs. She played the robot in Spaceballs. Who is that?
Joan Rivers, she said it.
Joan Rivers. Joan Rivers said that, yeah, someone asked her what she would think if there was a gay president, and she said, we already have a gay president. And they said, what do you mean? What do you mean? Obama's gay? And she goes, yeah, Michelle's a tranny. And that was the end of that. And then mysteriously he died.
There was a a state visit to Italy once when Berlusconi was still alive, and there's a picture of Michelle being very, very angry at Barry because Barry was checking out one of Berlusconi's girlfriends, and Berlusconi also was trying to smooth talk Michelle. Here's the thing: Berlusconi goes to a lot of to a lot of courts. He can't tell when it's a girl and when it's a tranny.
Oh,
Whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above, this is our time.
I didn't hear it. Did you?
well, we heard it, but what are we supposed to be hearing?
It was supposed to be Big Mike's real voice slipped out, but I didn't hear it.
Big Mike.
Yeah, that's right. Meyer's got a good story about obtaining that NFL comic book.
Well, there was a good picture of Big Mike.
I walk with my husband.
Oh, he even said husband.
Well,
Obama
I
said
know that
husband about his husband.
I think 2, maybe 3 times Obama reading a teleprompter said Michael and I instead of Michelle and I. And I don't know, even reading a teleprompter, I don't think you'd accidentally read your. It just seemed a little weird to me, but who knows?
Here's a picture.
Yeah,
That's
I've
a
seen that
frightening
before.
picture.
People say that's doctored, but of course, what do I know?
Here's another one. Yeah.
Oh
How about
my
this one?
gosh.
Is this one doctored?
Yeah, but I have to say, yeah, never mind. I can't believe that guy was president.
We live, we live in such a day and age. It's hard to tell if any picture is true now.
Hmm.
Well,
So
that's
it could
all
be doctored.
intentional.
It could not. Yeah.
That's why they gave us all those things on Facebook where you can alter pictures so that everyone would always question everything. Um, well, what can I tell you? So when did Bernie Wrightson work on Batman except for that Swamp Thing issue? I can't think of another time. I'm gonna have to go look at that Treasury edition
Um,
upstairs. Figure that out.
do you have a treasury box?
Yeah, it's upstairs. I'll go up there here in a second.
Where did you find a treasury box big enough?
No, I didn't. It's just a milk crate. No, there's no box that has a lid on it. No, they're just in a milk crate. But I did find a comic store that just happened to have a backing board and bags for Treasury editions, and they just sat
That
there forever because no one ever bought it.
that Batman cult book was the only one I knew that Wrightson did.
Okay, but yeah, that and Strangest Cases predated that, so I'm gonna
And
have
I
to go
know
look and see.
remember in Swamp Thing they had an issue where Batman was in it.
That's what I'm thinking might be reprinted in that Batman Strangest Cases, but I'm gonna go check. I said I'll just do it Saturday because I was being lazy. I didn't want to go upstairs, but I did
Mean-
promise I'd look at it tonight.
Meanwhile, I'm going. It's almost 4 o'clock here.
Oh shit,
So
man.
Oh,
Well, it's
all
nice
right,
having you
Paulo.
on.
yeah, see you. See you guys.
Hey,
We'll see you.
Paulo.
Hmm.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to let you know I learned so much. I learned so much just listening to you, dude. I learn a lot.
It's cool. I just like talking about stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I learn a lot that I never knew.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
Thanks,
All
Paul.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meyer, they're reprinting that Batman Strangest Cases, and I'm
Here's
almost
that Batman
99%
issue.
sure I have that. Okay,
Remember
yeah,
this issue?
that's the issue I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I
Uh,
thought I showed you guys that treasury size strangest cases in that comic book store at one time. Remember when I went to that?
yeah, I think you might have, but they're
Yeah.
reprinting it like in a few weeks. So he had a solicitation, to order copies of it, and
They
I
have a
think it's.
foil version and they have a blank version too.
And when do you
Yeah.
have to have that in by?
Monday,
Okay, so if anyone wants one, this is the time to let him know.
15
Yeah.
bucks.
Oh, I guess I should switch over to me. Oh, I better switch to the Wi-Fi too. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
What?
Can you hear me? So yeah,
I can
hilarious.
hear.
Um,
What? What?
Meyer says I'll take a blank.
You want the blank one? That's pretty cool.
I guess the blank one has the real cover on below the blank one.
Not below it, no. Oh, maybe it does.
Underneath.
Yeah, I
And it
never
seems
thought
like
about
they would
that.
give it to you. Yeah, see, I have treasury editions in these milk crates, and this is a pretty high milk crate.
They fit really nice in those file folder boxes. If you get an office file folder box, they fit really nicely in those.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay.
if you wanted to, yeah, if you wanted to totally enclose them, I mean, you could lay them down inside that file folder box. They'd have to be on top of each other, but
Yeah.
but you could lay them down and protect your issues that way with a cover.
Yeah. Well, this is what they're reprinting.
Nice,
Now
nice. Can
let's
I see
see
that
what's.
again? Can I see that
Yeah,
cover
I'm
again?
taking it out of the bag.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna put it on the big screen.
It shows the stories on the back.
Wow.
It's recent enough that it has a barcode. I'm
Yeah, but it's on
guessing
the
this is
back.
about 1979, 1980.
Nice.
Neil Adams.
And they're doing it in that format, that large size format,
Yeah,
or
except it's probably going to be slick paper. Yeah, it does look like it's the Swamp Thing issue.
wow.
It might actually, now that you mention it, it might be worth it for me to get one because I don't know. What, is that insane or? Uh,
No, that's cool.
well,
Get
because
one
they
so
have
that you
it's
can keep that one, so you can keep that one sealed and read the other one.
Get a blank one.
but why not
Your
just
opinion
read
on it.
this one? Yeah, it's a Swamp Thing issue. Yeah, that's what it is. It probably tells you in the front here, or it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's a little older because there's a little bit of browning around the front cover.
Yeah.
It's from 1978, man.
That was $2 in 1978.
Two
Yeah, this
dollars.
is this is
Wow.
the this is the year my wife was born.
What's $2 from
Captain Strangelife's
1978 worth
always
now?
does the Captain Strangelife's always goes 1952. That's the year I was born, and I can do 1978. That's the year my wife was born. That should be my new catchphrase since New York City. And what are the other catchphrases everyone uses? What are the other ones, Dan?
Where's the beef?
Hello. What's the other ones? Can't remember. There's all these catchphrases that everyone thinks are funny.
All
Uh,
right, $2 in 1978 is equivalent to 9.68 today.
oh shoot, really?
Oh,
And
Ugh.
that
wow.
book is they want $15 for it. So
They wanted 250 for this Muhammad Ali thing.
I always wanted to get that Muhammad Ali one. I never was able to, and now An original one of those is so expensive.
I think that's the
Yeah,
most
I mean,
expensive treasury, if I'm not
Neil Adams
mistaken.
said it's is the thing he's most proud of in his career, which I thought was kind of crazy, but I guess he got to meet Muhammad Ali and feel like a celebrity and everything. I don't know,
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
but it wasn't the best thing he ever did in his career. Let's face it. But
No, but still, that's pretty damn cool.
yeah, this is what changed my life here. This is what got me into superhero comics instead of exclusively horror comics. Yeah, oh boy. So yeah, that's what it is. It's the Swamp Thing issue. I like I said, I couldn't think of anything else that Bernie Wrightson did on Batman during the '70s, except for that Swamp Thing issue. And I remember how he drew the bat ears like super high. And then later, that artist in the '90s did that. That was kind of trying to be like Wrightson. What was his
Yeah,
name?
Kelly Jones. Kelly
Kelly
Jones.
Kelly Jones. Oh, I love Kelly Jones's work.
But I like Bernie Wrightson more.
Yeah, I do too. But I always looked forward to Kelly Jones's covers. When Kelly Jones would do a Batman cover or whatever. Oh man.
This was the first of all of those things. I
Oh,
got
Rudolph.
this when I was in second grade, and it's worth, I don't know, I think $150 or something like it used to be, because it was the very first of the big oversized treasury editions. Now the first really big comic was a Whammo. I think it was called Giant Comics around 1966, and it was
Much
like
bigger.
gigantic.
I have a copy of that.
Do you have it close enough where you could show it to us, or is it buried
Yeah.
somewhere?
Yeah, let me go and get it.
That
I'll
that's
get it real
something I've
quick.
always wanted to get. Imagine if someone reprinted that. That would it has Wally Wood art and all kinds of stuff. They had TV commercials for it too that you can see on YouTube. It's called Whammo, I think, Giant Comics.
Let me go see if I can find it. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
sure.
Whammo, the guys that had the frisbee and everything.
Yeah, because it was another gimmick, like the frisbee and the hula hoop and everything else they sold, and the water wiggle. It was a gigantic comic book. I mean, literally, it was probably 3 feet tall or more.
Try to get
Well,
one of
I've
those
never
with no
seen that giant
context.
Whammo comics. Um,
Try to get a 9.8 copy of that book.
oh no, that's not going to happen because it was. I think it was folded. I mean, I think it
It's folded like
was.
a
All of them were
newspaper,
folded.
probably.
None of them are straight. They all had a fold. It was like a newspaper. So I don't.
If
Even
you got
though
it right off the press.
man, I don't know. What are we looking at here? Heavy metal.
Yeah, it was a Kickstarter, but they're offering them to me now.
Okay, so I mean that's the art for Warlord
$15.90.
of Mars. I
Yeah,
mean
for
that's
Zeta.
I mean, but it's a John Carter painting. But I guess since Frazetta's not doing any new art, they just reuse it. It's just a generic warrior. Okay, she's supposed to be Tarna, I guess. Is that a photograph or a painting?
No, it's a painting.
Okay, well it's clearly right, like traced right from a photograph, barely painted over. Oh boy. Ugh. Oh well,
You like
so
this
that's
cover?
that. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
There's one for Paulo. He could probably tell you what car that is.
You remember when Elon Musk recreated the opening scene from the Heavy Metal cartoon movie in outer space with a what was it, a Corvette with a guy dressed with a mannequin dressed like an astronaut? It's just like, uh,
All right, that cover sucks.
oh, that's no good. What's wrong
Pass on
with
that. Oh, there's a blank. I'll get a blank.
a blank Heavy Metal cover? That yeah.
Look at this one has nudity, so they covered it up.
The funny thing would a Heavy Metal cover. The funny thing would be to get a blank Classics Illustrated cover with just the logo. Then you could make it something horrible and that you could put on there yourself. Uh, okay, so we found out what that Batman Strangest Cases was.
And Meyer said he wanted the blank, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure he's got ideas on that. I bet he's going to send it to John Goris, man, because you imagine what he could do with a canvas that big. I've got to get that damn comic. I still haven't sent that off to Meyer. There was one day I was off a little earlier this week, but I can't get to the post office. Even that day, I couldn't have gotten to the post office in time. I've got to figure out a way to. Well, there's the day I have to take. Well, man, I don't know. I got to get to this neighboring town to get a new pair of glasses. So I'll figure out some way to get it there. See, we only have one car, and I can't do anything because I'm working
Your post
constantly.
office, your post office doesn't have the machine inside there probably either.
I don't know. I mean, the thing. I mean, I
Like a
work from six.
self-service machine.
I work from 6:30 to uh, like 4:45 every day, and the post office closes at 4:30. So I don't have a way of getting there, and it's not open on Saturdays. So
See, the one
I'll
we
think.
have here has it's open 24/7. It has a machine inside there. You can use it yourself.
Even if it does, and it might, I don't know how to use that. And now it sounds like they're not trusting you, and they're reweighing it, and well, no, that would be done on their grounds, so maybe they would actually. I don't know.
I found it, guys.
Okay, let me get out of the attic and change to the proper Wi-Fi. Let me give you the screen. Okay, you can go ahead and show it. Go ahead. Ooh, look at that. That's how big
How'd
it
you get a
is.
bag and board for that thing?
It's just a plastic bag from I don't know where it came from. It was just a big, huge plastic bag, and the board is just white foam core. That's all I use. But I don't recall where the bag came from. It's not a comic bag necessarily.
I see where it was folded in the middle.
Yeah, it was folded in the middle, which is kind of bad. They sent it to me that way,
No,
unfortunately.
that's the way they all were. They were all folded in the stores
Oh, were
originally in the
they?
60s.
Is
Yes.
that really? That's the way how it was originally done, huh?
Well, hold on. Let me pull up a commercial for it here when I get down.
That's a
Well,
color. That's a color breaking fold right there.
Let me see if I can pull it out, and I can let you kind of look in the inside of it.
You could press that out. That fold probably.
Yeah, probably.
yeah, Justin says if it's folded by default, it's not factored. I don't know. I don't wonder if CGC's ever grade. I don't think they could grade something like that.
They don't even have a case that big.
Yeah.
This is it opened.
It would take you a long time to read that
Yeah,
mother effer.
it's gigantic. It really, literally is gigantic.
Some guy called me today and he asked me, "Do you have do you recommend me to any comic book grading service?" And I said no. And I said,
Make
"Why
a
would you do something?" I asked him why would he do something like that, and he says to make more money. Duh.
well, that's all they care about. But they're not going to make money. I mean, the people they're thinking they're going to make money from are all nearing retirement age or retired. Young people don't care about those books from the 60s. And then
Well,
they're
we
going to
don't even know. I don't.
retire.
It was probably a new book. It was probably a brand new book the guy wanted to send.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, figures. Um,
That's my guess.
I'll tell you what. I can't. I'm recording Alex Jones. So, but Kevin, um, if you could get on YouTube and type
They're
in
doing
Whammo
absolute.
Giant Comics, you could show us the computer screen.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. Look at this absolute Martian Manhunter next.
Oh, What a weird
Wow.
concept. Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah, there's two different commercials for the Whammo Giant Comics that
Which
are
one
on
do you want to
YouTube.
see?
Well, either one. Both of them are pretty good. They show kids reading it, and they show panels from it. It was something that was heavily promoted back then.
What's it called again?
Just type in Whammo Giant Comics. You should get it. Maybe type in commercial. You know, someone was telling me the other day that kids don't know the word commercial. They only know the word ad. They don't use the word commercial anymore, like on YouTube or anywhere or on the
They don't?
internet. Well, it's always like you say, you know, the show will start after this ad. That's all they hear. They don't hear the word commercial unless they're talking to old people.
Isn't that
Yeah,
funny?
there's two commercials.
Yeah, yeah. One's shorter is all. I think one's 60
They're both.
seconds, one's 30 seconds.
A giant Lambo comic book with
Hold on. Let me
That's
rewind it.
Hollywood art there.
It's a giant Lambo comic book with pages and pages of adventure. And pages of science fiction.
One of them I thought showed a display in a store with them.
The fun and laughter. You love the
I
new
wonder
giant
why.
Lambo with its
I
exciting
wonder
new
why
colors.
Whammo didn't sell more of these.
Under $1 at
They
toy
might have,
stores.
but how many survived? There's the display. Maybe they weren't folded. I'm wrong, guys. They came. They were all. They weren't folded. But
Did he say it was $1?
did
Is
they
that what he
say
said?
that? I don't.
98 cents.
Well, that's a lot of money. Well, that's the price of an Aurora model kit. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that was quite a bit way back in the 60s, early 70s.
Sure, it was. I
I
mean,
mean,
you
if you
think a
consider
comic is 12 cents?
most kids may not have gotten a dime for an allowance. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was the price of what, 8 or 9 comic books. $1.
Yeah.
See, if you had 8 comics and then two times, yeah, you could get 8 comics, and then you have to add all the little 2 cents in. I don't know what the tax would be.
Probably about 5%.
Anyway,
All
Yeah.
right, here's the.
It makes me wish, in some ways, it makes me wish that I had that. Well, I'm sure I lived during the time when it was, when it was advertised or when it was sold, but probably couldn't come up with 98 cents at that time.
well, that would have been about 1966 or 67. I mean, I was
Oh,
learning to
okay.
walk.
Yeah, I was only about 4 years old then.
What year were you
Oh
born
man.
again?
63.
Okay, you're 2 years older than me. Yeah.
Oh man. They're doing a foil glow in the dark comic.
Of what?
Really?
I'm surprised they're not going to make it 3D also. 3D foil, glow in the dark, die cut, foil embossed, gatefold, wrap around.
Of
All for
what
the
Treasury
low,
book?
size.
low price of 1995.
Put every gimmick you can think of into one comic.
That
Yeah,
would be funny just as a joke if they did that.
that would be funny.
And hire Rob Liefeld to draw the cover and just do it as a complete joke, tongue in cheek.
Sure. Does he still do that? Does he still work?
Yeah, he's doing a Batman cover.
I would
Oh,
hire
yeah.
him and say, I want you to do a parody of your own artwork. I want you to make it so ridiculous that
They
it'll
did
make
do
the
that.
Captain America cover look normal.
I
You
have
know,
this one comic. It's called the character is called Pouch Man, and he's a guy made of pouches.
and it's done. He's making fun of himself.
It might be somebody that the art just looks like his, but
Okay,
it's yeah,
but I
looks
get
like
the
he
real
did.
artist to make fun of himself, and then no one could hate him if you're able to make fun of your own self. Then all of the insults just roll off your back because you
Yeah.
realize it shows that you realize
This
your
is glow in the
shortcomings.
dark foil right here.
Okay, I wonder how well it glows. That could be pretty neat.
Should I get it?
What is it? Detective Comics? What is that thing?
No, it's Batman 158.
Oh,
It's
158
cover
is going
F.
to be what, a 1950s comic? What's the
No,
real?
it's new. It's the new comic.
Oh, oh, why do they have to do that? Why don't
It's
they just
cover
have it?
S. Then listen to this. There's one of the covers is a 1 in 1,000. You have to order 1,000 to get one of these.
Was there a
Wow.
color ad for that Whammo Giant Comics?
Oh my
I don't
god!
know.
It's a 1 in 1,000 wraparound cardstock signed.
Wow.
Signed by who?
Rob
Jim
Layfield.
Lee. No, Jim Lee.
Oh, Jim Lee.
That would have been funny, actually.
Yeah.
All right, where's that treasury?
Rob Liefeld, if I remember right, reminded me of Matt Damon.
Oh, in real life, yeah. Yeah, he kind of
Yeah,
looked like that.
yeah, he kind of looked like Matt Damon.
Everybody that worked in comic stores in the 70s looked like Roy Thomas. It was like this hippie nerd thing where you
Yeah.
looked like that with the glasses, with the hair, the straight hair, just like that. It just seemed like, okay.
Who's that? Hot Girl and Zatanna? Is that
Hmm.
Yeah, they
Zatanna?
look like the exact same person, though.
Yeah, like
It's
they're
all right.
twins.
Everything's starting to look like AI art.
All right, here's that.
Yeah, that's it. What? Yeah.
All right, you don't want one though, right? Because you got one.
I don't know. At a certain point, it becomes insanity to buy something again for $15 when I've got all this other stuff I want to get from you. That might be
Yeah,
insanity.
it
Myers says
is.
T-shirt tucked into bell
Here's the
bottoms. Yeah.
here's the
Oh
blank one.
yeah. You imagine what John Goris could do with that? I don't know. Meyer might have different ideas about what he's going to do with it, but shit, that would almost be worth getting multiple blank ones just to get different weird artists to um, draw on it. Um,
I think I'd rather have that than the original cover.
my dream is to befriend that Steve Mannion guy, get him on the show, and then like he'll, oh man, you're my friend. I'll give you a discount with some art. Not that that's why I want to be his friend, but I is there anything solicited, anything new from him?
Look at there's Metamorpho. No, he
What's
doesn't
that?
have nothing.
Is that a fourth issue? Yeah.
Uh-huh. There's that cover and there's this cover. I picked the other one, but this one.
The other one's better, yeah. That's like disturbing looking. That's I wouldn't want to look at that. That's like Holocaust looking stuff.
This sounds good. James Gunn is writing a Peacemaker comic. It's Peacemaker presents Vigilante Eagly double feature.
When is that coming out?
Look at
Yeah, I'd like one of
so
those.
you get
That sounds
Vigilante and
fun.
you get the Eagle in one double feature. It's written by James Gunn.
Okay. I wonder if they
There's
started
that
filming the
cover.
second season yet.
There's this cover.
Yeah. So far, I like that one better.
The Eagle.
Yeah. What does the other one look like?
There's this one.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Is there one that shows all three of them?
Let's see. Oh, that's a foil. Never mind. That was it. Besides the 1 in 25, which I can't get.
Yeah, I'd just go with the eagle. Now Meyer just wrote, "I want that blank cover, please." I don't know which one he's talking about. Is he talking about the
With the
treasury?
treasure. Yeah.
Because I thought he'd already told you that. Maybe he's reminding you. Oh, the treasury. Yeah, 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 yeah. I have a feeling underneath the blank cover, you'll get the original cover. I think that's the way they normally do it.
Yeah, that'll be good. I'm not ordering this police action
Ooh,
atlas.
is it a thick? Oh, it's a hardcover book.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's probably great, but yeah, I've got enough stuff on hold. It's yeah. I've still got to get the science fiction one from you. And is there another one out, or is that the first one after the science fiction one?
Yeah, that one's number 5.
Okay, there was the horror one, then there was the Venus one, then there was the science fiction one. Then what was next?
I'm not sure. I can let me type in atlas and see what I can find.
There was a Venus and a horror one. There might have been one devoted to a particular artist.
Oh, do you want to see the mummy covers?
What are you talking about?
There's a new mummy comic.
Sure, but yeah, figure out about the Atlas first.
Not Gene Hackman, but Mummy the comic.
Mm.
This one's bad. Oh, it's cover A.
Oh, there was a war one. Meyer's right. There's a war one. Do I
Oh, I
have
thought
the
you
war
said.
one on hold
Yeah,
with
this
you?
one. I have the war one.
Okay, is that in my pile?
I don't know. To go back to that video, though.
Yeah, I have to just look. Yeah, I think it was, but I
This
don't
one's
remember.
better.
Yes, it is. That is better. The other one, yeah. I mean, he didn't really look like Boris Karloff. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're going for.
Yeah, I don't think they're trying to make it look exactly.
Yeah, that one you just showed was the best I've seen so far. How many different covers do they have?
Well, there's a 1 in 25, but that's just black and white. And there's the 1 in 50, which is just looks like a regular person with bandages on.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a mummy.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a good painting. It kind of looks
Oh
like
yeah,
old pulp art.
it's a great painting, but it just doesn't
Yeah.
look like he's a mummy underneath there.
Right, right, right.
Yeah, that's the artist for this book called Department of Truth.
Okay, I've heard of that.
This one's weird looking.
Uh, what is that? Oh, I thought he was holding a box of popcorn. Squint your eyes and see if that doesn't look like a box of popcorn. It's it's the girl mummy's. Oh no,
Oh
that's
yeah,
just sarcophagus.
yeah,
What?
that's
Oh, it's
popcorn. The top
his.
of the popcorn.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, it's the sarcophagus lid with his head. Okay, all right. Boy.
Oh, and the foil. There's a foil version of that. If you order 100, you get a foil one of that.
Wow.
Oh, there's a blank too.
Oh, okay. I could probably do a good. If someone wanted to commission me, I could probably do a good mummy painting. I'd like to paint another moon monster. Also, if anyone would like to commission me to do that, I'd like to paint a big moon monster.
There's that same
If I
artist that
had
did that.
If
The
I had
mummy
the
eyes.
money, Grouchy, if I had the money, I'd hire you to do that. That would be awesome.
What is this book here? Oh, thank you. What is
The
that
guy that
book?
did the guy that did those mummy eyes that you said you liked the painting. This
Oh,
is
I
one of his
like this
paintings.
painting, but what's the name of the comic book?
Oh, we're taking everyone down with us.
Okay. What is this? I've never heard of it.
I think this girl. I think her parents die or something, and then this robot was like her parents' like bodyguard robot, and it takes care of her now.
I think I'd like this comic. Is this something you're pre-ordering?
Yeah, but you can't judge it by the cover.
You can't. Oh, you can't get that cover.
Well, no, that's a. Let me see.
Oh, that's a ridiculous
That's a one
ratio
in
cover.
50. It's a
Oh
one in
shit,
50.
no. I'm not gonna ask you to order 50 copies of that. Oh man, what a ridiculous.
You know how
What's
many?
this?
You know how many I ordered, which is a gamble. I ordered 2 copies. That's a gamble.
Is that what's the real cover? Is that it?
That's the real cover right there.
Yeah, that looks like a paperback cover from the 70s. It's pretty good. That's okay. I like the
You
other
know what
one
I don't
better.
like? I don't like these titles that they're using now, where it's a whole sentence for a title.
Yeah, that's like that something is killing the children. That's
Yeah, try to remember this. I'll ask you tomorrow what this title is, and you won't be able to remember it.
no, no. You know what it is? It's kind of a 60s thing where they had movies like They Shoot Horses, Don't They? And that was kind of a thing back then to do that.
I thought it was kind of like what anime does now.
I have could be, but I have no idea what anime does. So I just I just know the world of the past. But that looks like an intriguing thing. I like the design of it.
Yeah, the heavy metal artist that is doing this one. Well, one of the heavy metal artists
Yeah, it looks
that I
like
was
Gwen
showing.
Stacy a bit there.
I showed you a heavy metal cover earlier by the same artist.
Okay, well, I so everything good seems to be coming from Image. It
Here's
seems like
another title that was the thing. You'll do bad things.
okay.
I'm already
That's like a
confused. I've
Dr.
already.
Seuss title. Didn't Dr. Seuss have a book like that? You'll go places. You'll do bad things. Oh boy. Yeah. Remember when Bill O'Reilly put out about 40 books with the word killing at the beginning? Killing Patton, killing Jesus, killing Hitler, killing
Those
Stalin, killing
those are
Caesar.
those are actually some very good books.
I know that. I mean, but it's just he had to, because back then it was trendy to have an ing verb at the beginning of a movie title, like Saving Private Ryan might have been the one that started it. And then
Yeah.
everybody was doing it, educating talented Mr. Ripley, I guess
I
Taming the
understand
Shrew might have
those
started it, might have started with Shakespeare, now that I think about it.
those books are extremely fascinating and
I know,
supposedly
I know.
very historically accurate, from what I understand.
Yeah, I'm sure he had some help, but I'm not I'm not doubting his intelligence. I'm just saying
Oh
all
no.
those books, I'm pretty sure he had a ghostwriter. That last one looked like outsider art, like they hired a homeless man to try it.
That
That's
book
what
I
you ought
just
to do
showed
with
you.
these blank covers is go down to the tent cities and there's people wallowing in their own feces and ask them to draw covers on these comics.
That, that actually is a clever idea. That's an interesting thought.
This real liberal person I used to work with, around her mantle, she had decorated it. She would go up to homeless people that had "We'll work for food" or "God bless" signs, and she would give them like $20 for their sign, and she would decorate around her fireplace with the signs from these people begging for money or food.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm thinking, man, that's not a very liberal thing to do. That was about the only thing interesting that that person ever did. They cut our shift about 45 minutes early. Oh, my wife is now off work, so I probably should end the stream and go hang out with her. Just
Yeah,
think
she's
we've
more important.
exhausted all the fun for the evening.
Yeah, she's more
Plus, it's
important. Spend time with
yeah. Plus, it's like pushing 11 o'clock here in Hooterville.
her.
Well, I'm glad you're doing great.
Is it dark outside where you're at?
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah,
Been
yeah,
dark for
because
a
it's
long
almost
time.
11.
Yeah.
Is it dark where you're at?
No, the sun's still out.
What?
This? Are you serious?
I thought.
Double check and see. I bet it isn't.
Oh, that's just
Maybe
my
it's
patio light.
Yeah, I was thinking, man, it can't be that different out in the desert. Uh, so this Epstein list that came out today was a disappointment, and Pam Bondi is all upset and demanding they release the rest of it by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, from what I'm gathering. But I haven't been able to really watch any news source that I trust here. But
They need to release what happened in Vegas too.
oh yeah, that was the beginning of all of this nonsense. And how about what happened in Hawaii? I mean, in Los Angeles, and all of this nonsense. But
It's all nonsense, Gratu. It's all nonsense.
I don't know. Hopefully, Paula will come around and realize, and the people in Europe that doubt everything. I don't know.
I do learn a lot from Paulo whenever he talks about things. He gets very passionate about it, but I learn a lot from him.
Well, but the truth lies somewhere probably in between what we've been taught and what he's been taught, really. And
Yeah, yeah. Well, you learn a lot just from Europe. I mean, from him, you learn a lot about European opinions of things. Uh, it's
yeah,
just interesting. Not necessarily. I don't necessarily learn truth from him, but I listen to him and I'm like, oh wow, he's pretty. He's pretty strong on this, or he feels very very strongly about these things.
yeah, yeah,
Well, tell your wife have a good night, and
yeah,
you and your wife have a good time.
yeah. And Kevin, I may call you tomorrow. I'll have to see after we pay the bills because I get paid tonight. But they shorted me about $600, and they said, "Oh, we forgot about that. We'll pay you next month." So, but I'm going to see if I've got like $50 left over of discretionary. I'll have to see once the bills are paid tomorrow. I may call up and
That'd be nice.
order another order because I forgot about all the Superboy, and there was some adventure comics and '60s comics that you had. That yeah, I want to get some of that. Farewell and Godspeed, my friends, says Meyer. Good evening, everyone. Meyer's been in the chat tonight. Sometimes it's good to just hang out and watch the show in your underwear and not have to come on. I wish I could do that. Like Obama controlled Biden, it's just like from his basement. He just told him what to say. Sometimes it'd be better if I use a puppet for the show instead of coming on.
Yeah.
What is this a facsimile coming out? What is this?
No, it's like $720 already. This book.
Oh shit! No, well,
Wow.
it's cool, but that's I'll leave that to the Canadians that can afford books like that.
That's crazy.
I
Yeah.
just
Well, my
looking.
friends, I hope you have a good night. Good night, Kevin.
All right.
We'll see
See
you.
you
Good
soon.
night, Gratu. I'm
Take
gonna I'm
care.
gonna head out of here. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Yep. Take care. Trying to. Oh, there I am. Okay, so I'm thinking I'll do a live stream on Saturday. I don't think I'm going to get this package. Hold on, let me see if they've sent me any update really before I go. Um, no, no updates since 6:54 this morning.
It's not letting me
So,
leave.
oh no, you're trapped forever. Hold on, I'll end the show and then you'll be gone anyway. Oh, well, he's gone. All right, Kevin, I'll talk to you soon, probably tomorrow.
All
And
right,
my
I'll see
wife
you.
is saying, hello, Meyer. All right, guys. Well, don't take any wooden nickels, and I'll be see you guys some other time. Goodbye.